I'm
Oh,
surprised to see someone else join the fray.
yeah. I mean, I feel like the well, at least 5, 6, 7. I know they're playing that thing like in a very dominant way right now. So it's probably like not fun to play them in any capacity because even if you do win a battle, those are it's like GC. They're just coming right back to take it away. Um, so maybe I don't know. You have to ask the 904 guy, but yeah, it'll be fun. I guess I'm ready to. I want to take a look at what that looks like because seeing them in Elite War last night was nice. When they showed up with I think they had like a little over 80 or something along those lines, so they can get somewhat similar numbers. I mean, I don't think 96 is possible. Um, anytime in a short period in the next whatever 36 hours, but here nor there, I think it's going to be a nice matchup, man, and I think the people are going to want to be paying attention to it, at least in that bracket, because you guys have similar tower numbers too. Like your purple 5 and their purple 6 or something along those lines. So I think it's kind of setting up the rankings a little bit, um, especially if 904 stays there. You know, they might just come see you guys and be like, "Nah, fuck this. Let's just go get our easy 15,000 points when we play 5, 6, 7 or something along those lines." That's what I think it should be. When you're bumping into heads with like whatever, if it was 904 and 5, 6, 7 over and over, but if 5, 6, 7 is really trying to push, like there's nothing you can do about it. It's like, hey guys, get out of the way, like we're coming.
I'm just here for the event. I think it's a good event. If we take second, we take second. It is what it is, but like it's a fun event where the whole universe can fight. It's not just a top 10 for your globe or for your GC
If you
group
don't
or
mind me
whatever.
asking, what do you guys usually charge to?
Always 20.
Always 20. I think I asked that before, and feel like I knew that answer before you said it. But yeah.
I feel like I shouldn't answer you correctly, but I'm gonna be honest, we're always 20.
Yeah, I feel like we stop at 15 a majority of the time. I feel like that's our number. Or it's just a quick one because we usually get the lower tier guys to get us to like, I don't know, call it 6 or 7. And I'll bump it up to 15 because that'll usually give me about a just under a million fleet with my zombies.
I mean, honestly, it's not usually me. The rest of the team bumps us all the way up. They get their merit bonus from it.
Is there more than can you go above 20 or is 20 max?
No, no, 20 is max.
Got it,
But
got it.
on it, honestly, we're usually at 19, or sometimes I don't even hit it. And if I do, usually we're at 19. Like the team is committed, so it's not even
I
about
was
me
just
on
gonna
that one.
say, do you charge it before you need it, or do you kind of get to like 12 or 15, and then if there's some battles that are getting a little squishy, then you bump it up, or you just start at 20?
I know you just want 904 to come at me all the way, but I'm going to answer you honestly anyways and say we're going to 20
No,
before any battle starts.
I mean I'm kind of I'm definitely not trying to give out some
I'm just
tactics.
joking
I'm,
with
I'm
you,
just
man.
more
We're
I'm
good.
more
We're good.
wondering just for myself. I
Well,
don't even think I knew that it charged it capped at 20.
for me, it's
Honestly,
about I want these guys to have the most troops, so I don't want them to fight a single battle without their full charge.
got it. Understand. I
You
like
know
it.
how like you know how it is, man. Like most people don't get. So I think the way that we do priorities makes sense. Everyone should run their nation however they want, but doing Polar and Wasteland makes everyone show up every week, which is cool. It's an easy requirement. It's, do you want to be part of this alliance? Okay, then I need you to show up on these days every single week, every single time. That way everyone knows what they're getting into. The kill event also we love, and so we're gonna have a requirement there. We already do. Having Elite Wars as like an optional, I think it makes sense because people want that free merit. So like flip those two things and it doesn't make sense. No one shows up to Polar for free merit because that doesn't exist.
Yeah, I was
But
just gonna say it doesn't work in Polar, but it does work
uh,
in Elite War.
that's why I like the way we have it set up, man. I think we have a good deal, and if we can't make top 10 of Polar, then we can't make it. And if we
What do you
can,
mean? Hold on, you're already there. Okay,
no,
so
no, I'm just not. We are now for sure. But
you're
like I
already
told you
there.
earlier, I told you earlier today, I knew Kim was going to throw something at us, and it wasn't one of you monsters, but it was someone like curveball. I'm not excited about playing 904. I told you earlier, I want easy, man. I want an easy this season, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think it's fun that these last two, say, polars that we had, they gave us somebody to kind of go after, like a touch ahead of us. You know, nothing like a 255 per se, but Ronaldo tower wise, as much as Camel's feeding them to us right now, Ronaldo tower wise does have a lot more points than us. So I think it'll be, a nice, point gather in the overall rankings if Camel continues to allow at least one, or until the week 6 or 7. I believe it gets a little bit more tightened up with putting together some higher pinged matches. But in these first, say, 4 or 5, I feel like having one or two other people that are ahead of us for tower purposes is good for, like, again, our getting our rankings up a little bit in 425. With you guys getting the matchup with 904, your guys are the top tower, right? Like 904 is just one below you, or is it the other way around?
Yeah, no, we just beat a top 10 nation last week. So we aren't
Yeah.
in the mode of like we want to kill people. We're in the mode of like, boy, it would have been nice to have a fun one. Oh, I guess we'll get 904. Cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I feel like 858 and 621 are having like the same thing that 904 had with 567, and then like us with 255. It's like those six nations, like we just continue to bust each other's heads over and over. And like, with 425, I think I expressed to you guys, we went around this song and dance show and change time slots, go check it out, see what was doing where. And but it was so simple to figure out, like there's kings for every time. And so, and I was in one with 858 and 904 and like all those guys, and it was just like, okay, yeah, this isn't anymore. I might as well just go hang out with baby down there at a more convenient time slot for myself, because 1200 or so is a lot more convenient for me personally. So it's like, all right, guys, like we get better participation these times anyway. So we're gonna go back to this and pray that we don't just get shoved down their throat. But for you guys being so similarly matched, I think it's a really good gauge. Number one, for you guys both having like some good top rankings for these polar things. So it's a good gauge for both of you guys. I will say you guys probably have the upper hand because we all saw how much of a bag 904 dropped last night in Elite War. So I'm sure they're probably just gonna take it a little bit easier just because of that. I mean, or I would anyway. But I'm sure you guys are gonna see here in a couple of days, 36 hours or so.
I think if they're listening, they should know we would love it if they took a little break from Polar on Tuesday.
I bet. I
we
bet.
we would be happy to support them on second place.
So I just want to hear. I just want to hear what Light Show's got to say, because I feel like them and 621. I mean, do you guys have a deal at this point? I mean, when I was with you guys in that one particular polar, like didn't seem like there was much, quote interaction. So I feel like you guys have a nice little deal to, we get some towers, you guys get a majority, and kind of move away from dropping a bunch of gold or items during that matchup. Is that how you guys are rolling, or is it something different, if you don't mind?
So what we've been doing is, if 621 or 858 is close to the next tier trophy, or we need points to go up to the next tier, we'll be like, hey, we want to get the next trophy. Um, can we just leave each other alone until the middle? And that's the typical agreement is, we'll leave each other alone until the middle. But that was last season. This season, there's been zero agreements, and we're just beating up on each other. In fact, I just posted our upcoming, and it's us, 621, 799, and 1070.
Yeah,
It's
that
going to
sounds
be,
like a bunch of no thank you.
yeah, yeah, it's going to be a whole lot of no thank you.
Sounds like a lot of no thank you. Yeah.
Yeah,
Guys,
and
I think this event is going to be more fun than people are understanding. Like it's all of the drama of GC without any of the elimination, so you get it week after week. I mean, honestly, I know I'm the hype boy, so I'm not going to talk anymore
I mean,
about
the
Polar,
problem
but
with it
I'm
is
just saying,
the spend level is hard to sustain because of how often it is, you know? And that's the part that's difficult,
you
for
say
the
that,
true
you say
team.
that, but motherfuckers recruit like they're crazy to win that event. And it's cheaper to
What do
heal
you
in
what
Polar
do
than
you
it
mean?
is to
Hold on a
recruit for
second.
Imperial State.
What do you mean recruit? Oh, okay, okay. I hear what you're saying. Okay, you're right. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you meant like recruit players. I'm like, what? Like people are bringing in people for Polar. Like is that what we're doing now? But okay, I understand what your reference there was.
Yeah, man, it's expensive. You've spent gold recruiting before. Well, I've spent gold recruiting before. I assume you have as well. It's more expensive than Polar.
Oh yeah, I mean, I haven't necessarily went completely hard in Polar just yet. I'm sure I will. If Ronaldo wants to play in a couple of days, but it's easy to it's very similar to Elite War, maybe even a little bit more because of the added heal, and the extended time. The fact that it's in an hour and a half or whatever long, really changes the dynamic of a 45 or a 50-minute extravaganza. Um, so I think that's got a lot to do with it when it comes to the spend level. And I've always talk shit about Polar, because the team on the other side's 3.5 minutes away. That's the part that aggravates me the most. It's like I don't necessarily mind personally, but the team is the part that sucks. And it's just another strategic or tactical thing that you have to take in consideration as a leader, and blah blah blah. But I think that the week in week out, trying to be number one per se, like a 255 has been doing here for a little while now. I think that's difficult. I think 255 does win a lot by just fear. Like nobody wants to go up against them, and then the other teams that do or can, just they can't get the partition, whatever. Like I'll just use 425 as an example. It's just like to go against them in Polar is just tough because of the stat differences, and the theoretical fleet sizes because of the charging and the button and all those other things. So it becomes very expensive to say the least. With speed in 3 or so minutes other side of the board. But I agree with 70% of the things that you advocate for Polar. I think it's fun. I think it's a little shit talky. I do think the repetition sucks. I think it's fun for us right now because I'm not running into 255. You know, so yeah, I mean, just take that for what it's worth. But I'm not making deals with them anymore. So, they kind of know that. Baby kind of knows that. But we do tend to not blow each other's bag either. It's like, I just kind of like give them well, not give it, they take it, but they keep the center per se, like only the S tower, and then we'll split the rest of the board so we can, both get healthy points, but they get the most points. So that's how it rolled for a little while, but I think those days are over. Um, for if you want to try and win something, you're gonna have to try and push. So, I'm anxious to see what happens when we do see 255. If the team wants to step up and try to give them a run for their money for a little bit, but again, you can only do that like once. Then like half the team's bag is dead. You know, so I don't know. I guess that's my argument for it. But yeah, I do advocate for probably 70%, which I think it's fun. I think as the weeks get, longer, and we're continuing to have fun as an alliance, we'll continue to get more people. We used to get like 35 or 40 like 2 seasons ago with like 35 or 40 people. It's just a non-priority event. Like the stragglers would come in. Last season we were getting probably like the 50 mark, 45 or 50. And now we're getting closer to like 60. I think we had this past week 61, I believe was the number. So I think every week it's getting a little bit better. A couple handful more people are showing up for whatever reason, because again the matchups are been a little bit good or storytelling. So this week with Ronaldo, I think hopefully we'll get a couple more people kind of like that drama per se. But I don't know how it's going to continue to get better or when we run into 255 because it's eventual. By week 7 or 6, like we almost like have to see them. I feel like, you know. But here or there, I think it'll be fun, But I don't want to waste a bag every week in, week out. And then if you do finally beat them one time, not even 255, but like whoever, if you do finally beat them one time, like that's it. It's just one time, Next
I
time
think
it'll
you
be.
I think you're mostly right, but when it becomes like if you guys were 1 point away from a gold and they already had gold, you're telling me you wouldn't fight for it?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, and with and if it was 255, I could probably just ask for it. Like I'm cool with Baby, I'm cool with their team over there, And so long as it wasn't going to take away, excuse me, their ranking in any capacity, like I'm sure I could, just ask
LG,
without sending a bag. But
LG, none
I
of
would
us want to
fight
hear
for
this,
it.
bro.
Yeah, I
None of
know.
us
I
want
feel
to. None of us want to hear this respectfully shit. The fuck are you talking about, man? We want to hear that you're gonna fight for that star to get that gold, man. Come on.
so the real answer to that is no, I won't. Because it's so much pressure on my team. Like that's the true answer. Because the difference between one tower and another is like a 0.5%. And that's the true like in my opinion smart answer to that. It's like I'm not going to waste my entire team's bag for a 0.5%. It's the same conversation going up against 567 and like DOD or Triangle War. Like you just don't do it. It's like no, it's not
Man,
fun.
that's not what I wanted to hear, but I know that's the right answer, man. Good for you, brother. That's the
you
right
know
answer.
so it's like that's the difference. But yeah, I mean, if like my Mayday teams, like I'll ask, I'll just hit the chat Mayday question mark, and if I get 10, 12 X's, like yeah, we're gonna go bust some heads, like and I'm sure if Bayou's here, a couple of guys from 255, like we've done that a handful of times, and it was super expensive, but it was fun, But yeah, like the pressure on my free to play players or my minimal spenders to blow a bag wouldn't be necessarily in that event because it is so often. I'd rather than blow a bag in Elite War. Like I would challenge 255 in an Elite War before I challenge 255 in Polar War. You know, like honestly.
That's fair.
Um,
That's fair.
yeah, I think that would. Yeah, now I'm thinking about it out loud. Like I think I would definitely challenge them in Elite War before I challenge them in Polar War. I think all of those other KPIs that come into play, like charging the button and items and da 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 da. I think that all those things, also come into play. And the amount of spending players and say like a 255 nation comparable to say us, I think is definitely a couple of people more. Maybe we have a couple of more whale type players, but they have more people spending, a better average, I would say. So just team for
I'm
team, like I think it's very good between us and them. They just get better participation than we do 95% of the time. And that's just hard to go up against. But one of my most biggest rivals slash best friends, like they're super cool over there about it. And but I say it all the time, I tend to know my place.
I'm super happy to hate on Camel as much as we need to, but to just give them a little love. Like these matchups are what makes the game fun. I mean, I hear you guys on always talking about like I really love Elite Wars because I can challenge whoever I want, but then you guys don't, and that's just kind of boring. And so having monsters fight each other in these
Yeah.
other events is super fun too.
Yeah, I agree, man. I agree. And just like using 621 as an example, going after Sin, like, I know there's not necessarily a video of it or anything like that, just because of, the amount of respect, I'm sure. But I would still want to see it and I respect the shit out of Sin and, but I would love to see some their base burn, respectfully. The matchups are what makes it great, and that's, why I kind of was busting you about the 904 thing, because I think it's, yeah, it's going to hurt the pockets a little bit for you and the team, but I think it's going to be fun to watch and hear about, same
You're
with
welcome.
us and Ronaldo,
You're welcome to
and
come
even,
over, brother. Oh no, you're at the same time. Well, you would be welcome to come over, brother.
and then you got 621 and 858, and dude, they got a real nice one. Who were the other two? 799. You got the two fucking, you got like essentially the next batch of Ronaldo and Treehouse up there with Ducky and Beast just going crazy. So that'll be fun. And then there's another one, that Big 1070 or something like that, right? So yeah, those are all like, Cam was just like, hey guys, end of the year. I need you to spend those blue coins. We need you to get this new island item with back-to-back buy events. Like, I can't necessarily shout out Camel for the matchups when they are just hammering us with every event possible in the last 10 days of the calendar year. So just throw
That
that
one's
out there.
Dude, that one's brutal. I didn't realize that one. That one's brutal. The 621 one is crazy with 1072.
Yeah, dude. There's four
Yeah,
nations in there that are just the other year light show. He's like, yeah, that's me. Hi.
yeah, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy. Everyone's gonna be like you said, drop a bag. Everyone's gonna drop a bag on that one, and it depends on who lands next to who. It,
Yeah, isn't that the best
that'll
part? I actually do think that is one of the best parts. Is you don't know how you're gonna get, what position you're gonna get until the moment you enter. That I love. About like, and then I like that it opens, clockwise.
Yep, yep. And if we get lucky and land between, I don't want to diminish 52 or 255, but um, if we land between them, that's best case scenario for us. We stand a chance at making some points there.
Yeah.
Man, we landed behind 52 the other day and we could not move them. Good fucking luck.
Oh,
Like,
really?
man, those
Oh,
guys were fucking brutal. I'm sorry
we
for
we
swearing. I'm not
we
really that sorry. They were
we
brutal.
we've moved them in the past, but maybe they stepped up their game, and I don't know. We'll see.
No, it's probably my fault. I probably sent the wrong plane. I'm just saying those guys are brutal.
Yeah, I don't want to take anything away from anyone here. That whole field is just crazy.
That was the last bad loss we took. We faced a top nation across from us, 52 on our right.
I mean,
And
52 was one of the top nations for the longest time. So maybe they lost some of their their active participating members slash whales, but those cities are a motherfucker. And the average, the troop average, the stat average, all those things, and just to throw out there, just to give another shout out to Enox over there in a 255 server. He just dropped another video on his YouTube on what stat averaging does, part two. You guys really should be following dude's channel if you pay attention to this game, and because what a good video, what good information. You should definitely, someone should link it in the chat if they haven't already. Definitely some good shit.
so 52 changed the way we play polar. I'm almost positive it was them. And it was because we used to go aggressive on everyone. And then we had them on the right and somebody strong on the left. And it literally changed the way we've played polar ever since. Like, those guys are no joke, man. Just respect to them for sure.
Brick walls, dude. Brick walls for sure.
That's exactly what it was. It was a fucking wall. It was brutal. I mean,
Well,
we had to change the way we played.
every one of their, people have T12 or better, like literally everyone. And you guys probably still rocking some T11 in there, maybe even some T10. So it's like all that makes such a difference. And that fucking T12, the average melee HP is probably like in the 1100s now.
This old men strong thing is still very fucking real. Everyone needs to make sure they understand. Old men still real damn strong.
So
Or old
big
nations, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just
Yeah, I
talking.
mean the big thing about that, to add some, whatever cherries to it, is the ones that are still together. and there's still a handful of the old nations that will come together with 60 plus, 70 plus, like those are the motherfuckers you better watch out for. And yeah, those are some really tough teams out there. Don't forget there's still 269s. There's still Nation 2. We just talked about this on Woody's the other, last night or whatever, but there's still a good amount of nations that were, one of the best. Sure, they've, fallen the ranks using Elite War as an example, but don't play with those boys in the wrong event, man. They are brick walls. They will come together if your shield's down in a void, and they will bust your ass. So be careful with those style of things if you get matched up with some of these older nations in head of state. But yeah, Polar War, man, they'll come with those 70 plus people, like again, I just played 52 this morning, their second or third alliance. They had 80 plus, bro. They must have had 87 people there. They must have. It was crazy.
This is why I don't treat anyone as a joke, man. Like, there's a nation that maybe doesn't play Wasteland ever, and then you get them for Wasteland, and you're like, "Oh, finally, I get a week off," and then they show up fucking 90 deep. Like, there's no weeks off.
Bro, just look at Light Show's screenshot of the matchups. They're all purples.
Yeah, it's insane. And
They're
speaking of
all purples, dude. It's so good.
speaking of Wasteland, we got Rui again.
Oh, he's fun. I
Yeah,
mean,
How did that go? Did you guys win that one?
we did. So when we first went into Wasteland, he wasn't there, and we were like, "All right, we stand a chance. Rui's not here." Well, like 10 minutes later, he showed up and dropped 1,000,000 points. So yeah, we did win, but he's insane. I mean, if he comes at us alone, he'll take out 9 or 10 of us.
Yeah,
It's
if he
pretty
doesn't get
crazy.
stat average, man, that guy is a big problem to deal with on in any event. It doesn't matter if you're, playing Iron Blood or
Right.
because he'll bust your head in Iron Blood. He really likes that event, and DoD Triangle War. He loves those two events as well. But
Yep.
yeah, he's one of he was one of the top bases for like the longest time. And I think he's fallen off a tad, but not much.
LG, I am excited to announce that we are an Iron Blood nation. We've done it.
Bravo, brother! I
We
got
took
the trophy in the mail coming towards you.
we took number one, baby. Let's fucking go. You know I'm kidding, right? I don't care about this event at all.
I just looked at Late Show's screenshot. I saw 4 purples. I just had to say, I was chuckling, man. I thought, oh, that's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a good one.
Yeah, we don't know who's going to go after who. We'll find out.
What are the
Hopefully,
levels on the purples? Is anybody like actually close to going to the next one, or it doesn't matter? It's middle of the season. You guys are fighting, so
yeah, we're all fighting at this point. I don't know who's close or not.
A couple of us have a shot to go gold from where we're at right now.
got it. I
At
like it.
least 858, I think. What are you guys at right now, Light Show?
We are like Master 7.
Yeah, so you could.
I just want to say for the record that I said Iron Blood. I am an Iron Blood nation, boys, not polar.
Yeah, we're moving past that.
Yeah, we
Sorry,
picked that cigarette up and flicked it, and
I just wanted to make everyone laugh. My apologies. My fault. I'll mute myself.
too funny, man.
No, I want that gold trophy in polar for sure. I mean, I don't think we're gonna get there. It's gonna be hard. Maybe next season
I
we're
was
gonna.
gonna say, at what point do you know? Has anybody figured out like what the fall off is each season? So if like you go purple, like what do you start back as? Like, has anybody kind of figured out what that algorithm looks like?
Yeah,
Or just
yeah.
kind of
So we were King of Glory last season. We missed gold by 1 point. 1 point. and we dropped down to, I think it was King of Glory 1 or something, but we've had 621 like 3 weeks in a row now. And we slipped from like 6th place, and I think we're like 17th now. Yeah, we were at like 5th or 6th place, and we're at 17th. So
Yeah, matching up right next to you guys has not been kind for anyone. And we
nope,
have a policy of no deals this season, for better or
good
for worse.
good policy.
For better,
Yeah,
for better. Stop being a bitch.
For better, or for worse. That's amazing.
I'm sorry, Bird. You know I love you. I take it
no,
back.
it's fine. It's
Respectfully.
Have you
respectfully, don't be a
did you
bitch.
guys did you guys have deals last season and it just didn't work out? Is that kind of what would you mind elaborating on why you guys chose that route?
um, so I think in the beginning, the point of the deals was to like preserve troops for folks early on. Like instead of us just savaging our next door neighbors and at both sides losing a ton, it meant that some of our players weren't able to, continue playing when the center opened up because it's not a priority for us. So we don't ask people to heal or use speeds, it's kind of a play at your own pace sort of thing. And so we were finding that we were able to sustain our numbers for longer, which keeps people more engaged. If they're knocked out early on troops, because we had a couple bad battles early before the center opened up, then they don't really have troops left to play with.
Got it.
Um,
Makes sense.
and we it, it caused like people were like, no, I just want to go kill. I don't want to have to worry about deals. Um, and it also creates like a leadership burden, like monitoring your own team, especially because, we're a pretty
Yeah.
disciplined team, but everybody's got somebody who doesn't read the chats or
Yeah.
doesn't read
Ours
the
is
messages.
mental. Ours is
Yeah,
mental.
and we didn't want to be put in a position where we were breaking something or something like that. So, um, for better or for worse, we're going no deals. Um, I think if we would do something in Wasteland, right, where it's a 1v1, everybody's a part of the deal, and Camel's the loser if we agree to skip items or something like that. But made a decision in Polar that we're not going to do deals. And
That's
I
the
think
win for sure, man. That's the smart move. We would do that in a heartbeat with you in Wasteland, but not in Polar. You know what I mean? Because everyone has to participate to fuck Camel.
yeah, and there's no real way to make that happen. Um, and uh, I don't know. You end up. I think like again, thoughtfully structured deals can help let people play, but it ended up being more headache and leadership burden than it was worth. Is kind of what I would say.
Yeah, my experience with the whole deal making stuff is it takes you're essentially we're playing with warriors, and I'd like to think mostly like-minded people. So when you take that warrior mentality and then you try and put a pause button on it, I think as a leader, I hate to do that. Right, number one is to put a leash on the dog. Right, there's no reason to do that when they're fucking ready to go and there's fucking hogs running the field. You let them go. So that's my biggest problem. I feel like, and probably the main reason why I've never been a big deal guy. Not in any capacity have I been a big deal guy. I don't like having to hold the team back, and I think if you do that too much, you take you might risk participation in the future. Like, why show up if we're not going to fight? You know what I'm saying? And
So
that's
I've dealt with this a little bit with our team with so much participation, and we have a certain strategy, and I will say don't attack a certain person, and the team will be like, why are we not doing it? Like they get very angry. Like what you're saying, LG, is 100% true, man. Like
yeah.
everybody wants to attack and they don't want to be told why they're not allowed to attack anyone. And I have to be like, do not attack this alliance at this place, please, because I have a greater strategy and I have to be kind of such an asshole. You know what? I'm gonna be honest. The last polar, my wife walked over and she was like, "Hey, maybe you should stop yelling at your team like that," because we're all on voice chat. But like, there's a strategy and it makes sense. And attacking other people in a specific way is not the right way to play to play that event. But also at the same time, having a deal just makes everything more complicated.
Yeah, and you know what? I was thinking about firing up the voice chat thing just to touch on that for a moment. You know, just because you know you guys talk about it often. You know, numerous decent teams, good teams are using said feature, right? Um, but I don't know if I would be able to not hit people with the "Are you fucking stupid?" You know, like I don't know if I'd be able to pull that in a voice chat. You know, because I say it at my phone all day because the motherfucker can't hear me. You know, but if he can hear me, I feel like I would turn off a lot of people. 'Cause I
Tough.
would.
It's actually you're totally right, and it's tough. Like my wife called me out, and she's not necessarily wrong. But luckily, the guy I was talking to is a he's like a fucking world champion bodybuilder, so he was used to getting yelled at. Probably, I assume. I mean, like a world champion bodybuilder's probably dealt with some adversity.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
but in
I
general,
feel
like
like
I would regret it if it wasn't him. I mean, honestly, I already regret it because I was talking to him, but other people were on the call. But
yeah, I
at
was
the
just gonna
same
say
time,
when
like
people
we
hear
just
it,
want to
you know,
win.
like
You know what I mean? Like I'm not being a
turn off.
dick. We just want to win.
Yeah, totally agree. You know, totally agree. So I feel like that's what's held me back from, firing it up. No, I'll get it started probably with like 4 or 5 guys that I know that I can break their nuts and they're gonna be okay. But they also wouldn't make a bonehead mistake, where whatever. You know what I'm
If I
saying?
may, if I may insert some knowledge, this is where, and I know you're 100% on this also. This is where women come in too. So more than half our voice chat is all women, and so it's not men just acting stupid. And I feel like winning this game definitely includes having a bunch of strong, amazing, smart women. Like that's probably more than half the battle, to be honest.
I mean, I'm probably one of the biggest advocates of females in the game. Yeah, I totally agree. And also another reason why you know, don't know if I'd be able to like pull some of those cards, and I feel like I would turn off, a handful of people, if they were to hear me pop off like in the heat of battle, because I wouldn't be able to pull it. I yell at my phone, like I'm the guy who yells at my phone, and so yeah, I don't know if I'd be able to pull that card. I have to think about that, because I totally
Just
agree. I don't want to be disrespectful around women. I don't want to, I don't want to do any of those things. And, so I, it should help me actually, now that I'm thinking of it, if the ladies in there, but a majority of my ladies don't understand English, so, or maybe I'm wrong, maybe they do. Maybe I'm just talking stupidly, but yeah,
we have
I agree, man.
we have opposite problems. I'm worried about the women offending the men in our chat.
Yeah, which is a great thing, and I probably would have the exact same thing if a couple of my Asian members were able to speak English. I think it would be very similar. Um, Shout out my girl MXO that used to be with us in GFK. Probably this time last year. She was that person. She reminded me of Chaos Queen, like to the T, bro. So she was one of our leaders forever. Probably half my leadership is women, and I personally think a majority of the best led nations out there are led by women in some capacity. you know
I still don't understand why, but women are better at this game because they don't care about their troops. And men are so fucking precious. It's ridiculous.
I think
And
it's
I
got a
don't
lot.
want that to be true, and yet it's still true. I don't make the rules, still true.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the answer to that, but you know, I know that the women that are playing this game at a high level, I think that a lot of it has to do with organization and just being able to carry a level head. You know, a lot of women these days are emotionally driven, you know, for whatever reason. And I think if they can, you know, control those emotions to a certain degree, you know, and point it wherever they like to point it, they can go a long way. I mean, just look at the teams like 255 and, you know, all the others that have been doing it for forever. I remember when 299 was ran by women, just out there doing their thing. You know, 425 is heavily ran by women. I mean, I feel like the list goes on and on and on. So, you know, shout out to the ladies of the game because yeah, they're definitely what keep us together. You know, there's hell of a lot more organized. Like, you know, 425 is organized because of women. Like you know, none of my guy leaders are whipping out a spreadsheet, bro. They're not doing that. Like I don't have that
Shout
type
out,
of style of team.
shout out to your Z2, bro. 621. That's another woman R5, man. Shout out to all of them.
Hey
Yeah.
LG, I just wanted to add with the voice chat feature, you could always mute yourself, spaz out, say what you need to say, get it out your system, and then unmute and continue to lead.
Yeah, I just don't know if you know, I'm more of a real time player, so I doubt I'm gonna be able to click that mute button before I say some shit.
I
You know,
feel you.
it's
Diesel's
yeah. I mean, you know, I'm not
Diesel's been on
disrespectful,
my
but you know,
Diesel Diesel's been on my chats. I'm not necessarily as smart as I should be, but it works out.
Yeah, it's a good feature for sure. It definitely helps in the spur of the moment because you're getting that live connectivity versus the chat. It's kind of delayed and all that other good stuff.
The game gets more wild. Like when we joined before, you couldn't even run an attack without doing your own math, and now you got to get on a VC, and now other people have like programs tracking bots to send you text messages. Like the game is definitely as much crazy as you want to get into. You're allowed to get into, and
oh yeah, you're gonna have a whole AI bot just for your, you know, to log in and you know, bubble your city for Civil War nations and all
yeah, man.
types of crazy shit are being built out there.
I'm
You
not
know.
I'm not willing to buy a whole nother workstation just to fucking monitor the nation. Like I love you guys. You guys can be in front of us. I'm good. I'm not doing
I
that
mean, but if
level.
somebody wants
I'll
to
be top
build it,
10.
I'll pay a subscription, like no problem. You know, I did it before with one guy, and I forget the nation he was in, or I won't name names for that matter. But you know, I got no problem paying for a subscription. So if somebody wants to whip something up, some tracking shit, some AI, whatever you want to install on 425, you know, bring it. I got Amex for you. You know, if you fuck me, I will charge it back. So we'll go from there.
You know what? I'm down with that too. That makes sense. But like doing it myself is it's a
Yeah,
stressful choice. But these
exactly.
guys are doing it, man.
I
Like
know
it's
they are,
wild.
bro. That's why I'm talking. That's why I'm saying it out loud. I'm a paying client. Like, hit me up, you guys. You know what I'm saying? So that's it.
That guy's setup was really cool when he was still here.
Yeah, dude. If you had that, you know, it was nice, you know, and you knew what was going on in your nation every week,
Pockets,
week
can
in and
you
week
mute
out. You knew
me,
what was going
please?
on,
Thank you.
and it was awesome in my opinion. So yeah, if we get something back that was anything close to that or better, you know, that'd be pretty cool. And absolutely, I would pay a subscription fee.
And it like tracked growth for you across a lot of different metrics. It let you know who was growing, who wasn't, who was kind of stalling out, and it would catch it faster than you would just kind of organically. It was a really cool setup.
This is actually a really good topic for us. Like man, if you're not in a nation that's doing all these things, good luck. You know what I mean? Like if I was in a nation and I was trying hard and then I realized all the shit that you have to do, I definitely would have made different decisions. And anybody who thinks their nation is going to be strong, just understand that you need to do all of the things Big Bird and LG are saying.
Yeah, it's crazy. Some of the things that we've done over the years, you know. Yeah, Yeah, it's a lot, man, but it's cool. It's cool. I mean, look, just whatever, not to fluff on 621's nuts all over again, but look what those guys did this year. Fucking awesome, man. 1 year's time, set a goal, fucking bang, 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 did whatever they needed to do, and now they're first. So, like, that's what it's about. So like that's the good stuff, and we get Yorzy on here. Big Bird can contest all this, the leadership over. Uh, that shit wasn't easy, and there was many moving parts, and it took a fucking year, to go from 35 to 1. So yeah, shout out to all that, and it ain't easy, and there's a lot of moving parts, and the leadership of these games is putting in work, for sure, for sure. Like I'm putting in work, and I don't do a lot, honestly, I don't,
I hate on this event, but honestly, I think number one in that event might be the crowning achievement in the game. Am I wrong?
I'm sorry, which event?
Elite Wars, man. I think I
Yeah,
know I
I
hate
mean
on the
that
event.
is
I know I joke about it, but man, like everybody can
for a
challenge
team.
everyone. I
For a
think
team,
respect to
yeah,
them. Yeah.
absolutely, man. For a team, whatever you want to call it, yeah, there's nothing better, bro. You know. Yeah, it takes time. Yeah, the old man of the game, but 621 is not an old man. I mean, they're an older nation, but comparable to say 255 or 219, they're not the older of the two for sure. So it's there's a lot of respectable things to be said about the 621 taking over number one, and 100% in my opinion, and I've been playing the game at a high level for a long time. Like that's the cream of the crop right there, for the team, event. It takes time, it takes planning, it takes fucking money, and I'm sure Big Bird can tell you about all the 45-minute battles they've been through. And V Time can get on here and cry about his 200,000 gold for the next 6 months. You know,
Yeah, I mean,
Good respect.
it's a lot of gold, and I'm fat. I don't even have to heal that much, you know? So I'm only paying like half the price for some of it. It's just speeds for a lot of it for me. Although I do, the first time we played Sin, I had definitely had to dip into heals. Um, yeah, I think what'll be interesting is we are not gonna my prediction, and it's hard to make predictions with this game sometimes, but the one prediction I come away with is I do not think we're gonna hold it as long as 219 did. I think we've got 255 on the horizon, but even more than that, I mean, there are some nations in the top 20, top 50, top 100 that are coming up, with a vengeance. And we're seeing just cities explode in a way that I don't know if it wasn't possible or if it just wasn't happening, like when we were coming up much earlier in the game. Um, there are some fearsome nations on the horizon, and it's going to be exciting to see, what happens next. I think you're right, LG. I think it's going to cause some change up in the top 10. I think we're going to see some people move in and some people
I mean,
move
straight
out.
up using last night as an example with 904 and then 555, and knowing of like the 858s of the world, and I'm sure I'm leaving out a couple of nations, but those are the two that I like to, they're positioned right now. They're already in the top 25 for convo's sake. Like those guys can make a push into the top 15 like easily, just by matchup checking, just by getting the right matchups, because they will whoop the ass of a handful of the nations that are up in those rankings for whatever reason, whether it be participation or the whales don't play anymore, or whatever it is. But you can take that elite war, or that video from last night, on the other server there, and really take a lot from it, like a lot from it. I don't think they're coming down and beating you guys anytime soon. But the fact that they gave 555 a run for their money, before Steele and the rest of the crew kind of showed up for whatever reason, it says a lot for those guys. And obviously the age difference is right there in the nation numbers.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of different reasons. I mean, I think there's more uranium available now than there once was. Um, I think that the catch up is happening quicker um, in terms of troop tiers and city levels and that sort of thing in the younger nations. Again, they're growing at a rate that is cool
Am I
to
leaving
watch.
somebody out that's not like 904 or or
I
858?
mean, 858, 904, 910, 908 is looking good. 955 won their GC last season. You got 1111 a little bit behind them. You've
Speaking of
got
11-11, like no offense to anybody, but did anybody see DK punch that fan in the stadium tonight? Holy shit. And if you haven't, go to your YouTubes and nice little search, whatever, and search DK punches Detroit fan or some shit like that tonight.
Did that really happen? Did that really
Yeah,
Oh,
happen?
bro.
yeah.
He punched the fuck out of that guy, bro. And he probably
Yikes.
deserved it. I don't really know anything other than he punched him, but he cleaned this guy's clock. So you go check that out. Anywho, but yeah, 11-11. They're doing some stuff.
Well, and the thing is too, a lot of these folks are only on their first merch, and so
So how much do we put on recruiting when it comes to these nations like 858? So let's on the latest Ask Light Show. Light Show, did you guys get some good players from other nations, in the last say 6 months, that have maybe added a lot of value to your nation? I know 904 is, gained a couple, lost a couple. Or are you guys in a similar position like that?
We've gained a couple of guys, but we lost a couple too. So no major changes. Like 567's the one to watch out for. They're number 6 in Elite War right now. They're coming.
Oh,
Um,
I've been saying that. Like I love 567. Them boys are coming, and then it's not
they
going to
are
be
they are
pretty. Whoever
coming.
it's not going to be pretty. Whoever they're fighting, I'm staying friends with them, man. Shout out Tip and Bo, man. Don't challenge me. I don't want to play you guys in anything. So stay the fuck out of my way. Leave me alone. We all love you. And but yeah, those guys are coming, man. I've been saying it. Give those guys a couple operators, man, and they've been recruiting like the best of them.
Yep.
So yeah, but I do think to stay on topic without just going 555 ball touching, or 567 ball touching. The I think that the adding and the awareness of top nations like yours and 904, and maybe not even necessarily having a platform, but just knowing that you have this recruitment available. I think that really has maybe played a part in some of these nations coming together at a high level, but it doesn't really sound like it was for you guys. Those are all guys. All those cities got that big from day one. You know.
Yeah, we didn't get any we haven't gotten any huge um new players recently. We got Cade. He came from 890. Um we got him probably about a year ago, but we haven't had any big additions recently. We've got a few new guys um, from some other nations, but they're mostly like mid-level guys. But they're really solid players. They're good spenders. They'll just add to our that girth we have in the middle. We've got a really solid mid range. We got a lot of really solid guys in the middle. So that makes our success a little bit easier because we are so diverse. I mean, we've got uh, 10 million officer power up to I think 26th or 27th now, so that helps a lot.
Yeah, I mean, definitely being in those ranks helps with recruiting and bringing in new players because people want to play the game at a high level, and they're leaving their nation for a specific reason or really like the game and want to speed it up a little bit, because if I'm one of these whatever 1,200 plus nations right now and I'm listening to this podcast, it sounds a lot more fun to be playing in 858 than 12-12 or something, wonky and not doing very well. So
Come
like
on,
I think
come
all
on
those
over.
things play a part.
Come on over, League God. We'll find a city for you to play in.
I'm good, man. I'm done building cities,
No,
but
no, 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 nothing for you to build in. Just come over and play and play an event and have fun. Don't have to spend any money. You don't have to build anything. Just come over and
such a
play
good
and have fun.
recruiter, man. I love it. I love these recruiters, man.
I'm feeling self-conscious, Holbrook, because I know I missed some 700s and some thousands that have made a name for themselves. Can you help me fill in the gaps? I'm thinking like 732. It's got Archie.
Well, I know those
Um,
guys. I was thinking more of like the 850 and up. Like I feel like that's like the cutoff in my mind, and maybe that's just like a fucking red flag in my own personal head. But I feel like 850 and up is like where I think of like like all those other guys, like because like Holbrook and whatever Archie and all those other guys, those I feel like they're just in like a little bit of a different bracket. But I guess they're all in the same GC, so maybe I shouldn't do that. But I feel like just for
who
age purposes, I always call like 850 and up is still like a newer nation in my mind. Whereas Holbrook, he's on the edge. He's like a boomer. Like
he's double. He's an elder millennial.
yeah,
He's double merged now.
yeah. He's so fun.
Listen, I've already lost my whale. I've been through the bad times. I'm old now. I'm old and fucking decrepit, and I'm just trying to make it through.
He's triple
But
merged, by the
who's
way.
those
in
are the
the
things that everyone goes through at our age, right? Like, look at all the trials and tribulations that, and I mean, shit, we had Baby on this podcast a handful of months ago. She told you about the shit that she had to go through with 255 and their merger and, all those things, and it wasn't easy for her to, get to where they are currently, right? So, like, you got to go through the shit to get to the good stuff. I feel like that's like in everything in life, unless you're
I
just like
keep
a
saying
fucking trust fund baby or some shit.
I keep saying the same shit, but it's real. We are ranked higher without Vegas than we ever were with him, and so I don't really have anything to care about that. But we lost arguably the best whale in the game, and we're still in the top 10 of the event we prioritize. So, I mean, that's the best I can ask for. You know what I mean? And I actually like the
Holbrook?
ranking in Polar.
Who did you guys lose?
I don't even know. His name was Reno or something. I don't.
Reno, yeah,
Yeah,
Tahoe. It was Tahoe, right?
yeah. Anyways, all I know is we're still in the top 10, and we're just gonna keep fighting for that. You know what I mean? I don't even think we're gonna get this gold, but we're gonna fucking fight for it. That's for sure.
That's sweet, man. You guys have got a
Basically
bright
just said
future.
904 sucks, right? That's what I heard. 904 sucks.
Oh God.
Oh no,
Stirring the pot over here.
I'm
I
just
think they're
talking
such
shit.
an amazing nation that they should definitely reach out to us and just say we would like to take second, and we would love that idea.
I'm sure
You guys are
after I
doing it
saw
right, though,
Genghis
Holbrook.
in the chat, so I'm sure after the bag they blew last night. Man, I really wish I would have won that Elite War, man. I was talking to somebody about that earlier today. I really wish I would have won that Elite War. It would have been fucking fire.
Who are the
Oh, we got
thousands
Tip up here.
nations
Let's
to
go.
watch?
Tip's like, man, all these people talking about recruiting, man. I got posters. I got a city. I got city with 3 million Titans available. Tip, where you
The
at, bro?
poster's already in the chat,
Yes,
man.
I do.
Is it really?
Yeah, you put the poster in the chat.
Yes, I did.
Yo, I gotta pay attention to the chat more. I'm losing it, man. I'm losing my edge here.
And
Yeah,
I
he
just
did
want
this
to
fucker.
throw out there that Holbrook is triple merge. He's not like 425. He's not like 621. Not like 567. He has the luxury of a triple merger.
I
He's the
agree with
whale of
that.
the whales.
I agree with that.
So
I
he's
agree with
definitely like an
everything.
older nation now, right?
I agree with
Absolutely.
everything he's saying, and Tip is correct that we are the best nation. And if you're looking for somewhere to play, come check us out.
That's funny.
Yo,
What is that?
we're changing the podcast name
But
to
if you're looking for a
recruiting.
free C41 3 million plus Titan, DM me.
Nah, we're not even recruiting, but it is wild, man. Like I think people should just clean their nation, and then they clean their nation, maybe they can get a nice merge. Maybe they can enjoy the game again.
Yeah, no, I agree with that one, man. I'll give you that all day. And if you're not enjoying the game, clean your nation and make it a little bit more fun. In the
Oh, I'm
meantime.
happy. I'm happy as hell. And LG, you already said that I took the same steps you took. So I feel comfortable with the choices I made. Like I'm happy as hell, and I hope his nation succeeds. I've heard about like several nations doing the same things. I'm excited for all of them, to be honest.
Yeah, I literally did the same thing. You took it a couple of steps further with some of your added ancillary products that you put on the platform there. Which are good minds think alike, man. So yeah, keep on adding the trinkets so everyone's aware. But yeah, I it worked for us. It seemed to work for you, and I hope it works for Woody here in the near future. I know he's making some adjustments over there in 736. I don't know how continually and vigilant he's been in the past couple of weeks. I meant to ask him that last night, but we got sidetracked with the Elite War being broadcasted, which was super cool. Like we got to do something more. I was thinking about that last night after the pod as well. When these cool matchups, are available, we should figure out a way to do that more often. I don't know how many viewers we had last night, but I know the people who did tune in, had everybody had great things to say. I was on Discord for a good portion of the day today, just checking in on people, chatting with people, and everyone was like, "Dude, last night was sick." So I don't know what that means, but you know, I know it takes a lot to gain access to cities and all that fun stuff. But if there's a way, that'd be cool to get some good matchups being broadcasted, even if it was like polar or, whatever. I think that doing some shit like that for the community would be pretty cool. I don't know if we got some like real time streamers out there that are ready to, fucking fire it up. But I think that'd be cool. And I think you'd get a couple of people to tune in. I think I mentioned it a podcast or two. Like, I'd definitely pay, a couple of bucks here and there to watch certain matchups, fucking pay per view type shit. So I think that'd be cool if we can get something like that rolling with all these good minds we got out there in the community. Figure out how to watch some of these great matchups.
There's not a bunch of them, man. There's not a million of them, but there
That's what I'm
are
saying.
enough of them that we would definitely watch for sure.
Yeah. Yeah,
I don't
I
think your
would.
nerves can handle it, Lee God.
Yeah, yeah. Last night was fun, man. I think that it was funny that a majority of the people essentially said that, like, "Yo, you were like on it." I'm like, "Bro, I was in that game. Like, I was there."
Shit, I
Like,
thought you were
Bro,
playing.
we want to see those fun fights, man. Like, of course we want to see what you're thinking watching a fun fight. Who would not want to see that?
yeah, it would be cool. You know, It'd be cool, especially like under duress, like whatever. It's like, oh, we're losing, like, man, this is, like you got to change it up, you got to, try. Like those are the good ones.
It's the hardest thing as a battle commander to make the adjustment real time and change the flow or the momentum like that. But
Yeah,
when you do it, it
it's
is
the
the
best
coolest
feeling,
thing
dude.
ever.
Yeah, totally
Yeah.
agree, man. Totally agree. And even if you're not, I've been unsuccessful a few times in some battles like that, in my grown up days. And, what a learning experience. Like, I don't think there is a single L that we've taken, where we didn't learn at least something, or it was don't fuck with them anymore, like just leave them alone. There's definitely was a couple of teams coming up the ranks, for us where we just didn't mess with them. It's like you just leave those guys alone. And you know, but yeah, I agree with Light Show that I think 567's coming in just about everything. I don't think there's anything in the game right now that Tip and his team isn't like coming after. Like Told you I took the merry-go-round for Polar War, met up with them in Polar War, monkey stomped us, like wasn't even close. Um, I don't think we met them in Wasteland, but if we did, they'd monkey stomp us in that too, I'm sure. So it's like those guys are just coming, man, and like everything. I know that they're Frenzy and Void Warriors. They got like a 90 something crazy win rate. Um, you know, Polar Triangle War or Triangle TOD. Like, don't even try. Lower your shields, take your people out, get some merit. Don't get some merit, but don't try and win. You're just wasting your time. So, like, yeah, 567's coming, man. I think they're 10 or 15 active bodies away from, you know, giving you guys a run for your money there in 621, and a couple of elite wars, like something along those lines. Whether that's through merger or recruitment or what, I don't think they necessarily have it together just yet. But man, the numbers that I'm hearing about at least are good, man. So yeah, they're coming. They're coming in every capacity. And I don't think there's anything that they're lacking in right now. Sure, she isn't Wales, that's for sure.
LG, I think you're one of the biggest advocates for the free players. What'd you tell your free players this week? Like, what advice did you give?
The same advice that I gave 2 weeks or a week ago whenever the officer equipment. There's two focuses right now for everybody. It's golems on the plane and fleet size for the farmers or the
You love
strategy
golems.
officers.
You love golems.
I mean, I'm a group battle guy, so yeah, I want those. I want, and you should too,
Bro, I
but
do fucking love them, and I just want to hear that you also agree. Like, that's a
yeah.
good place to invest.
Yeah, it's obtainable for the free player. It's like right there. It's not too far up the chain. For the most part, everybody has those skills unlocked. So, when they are getting their infinite zombie, pieces or whatever the case is, like they just go right there. When you're done with your events for the week or the month, and Alliance Bounty comes along, you pump everything here. And yeah, so I sent the message to the team this week. Main two focuses for I put everybody in the same bubble, but obviously the whale type players and the people who spend a little bit more, for the most part, know where they're going. But yeah, no officer equipment. I made it very clear that they only need to open up the bottom skill, the second skill for each of the officers. I sent them all screenshots of mine so they could see that the fleet size is on the second skill, and this is where it's at. Da 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 da. So yeah, focus here. It's obtainable for everybody. I think, with a little bit of focus. And if you pay attention and your leadership's telling you where to go, you won't have to open that first skill and then realize that that's not the one that offers you fleet size, and then you don't have any parts, and then you're fucking holding your dick for 8 weeks until you can get a couple of levels, right? So yeah, if you just take a deep breath and you know calm the fuck down.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
calm the fuck down because everybody gets trigger happy. That's what we do. I've fallen
We like
victim
to
to
click
that before.
buttons. We all like to click
Yeah,
buttons, but you're
I
still
totally
correct
agree.
on everything you're saying.
Just got to be trigger happy. So if you just take a deep breath, somebody's gonna find out, who, what, where, when, or why, and then you open it, and then you jump along the way. And so yeah, but my team and my mid tier spenders, outside of the ones that are right on their next city level upgrade that are kind of doing some like uranium focus right now for whatever reason. Yeah, put your money right there, your items there, and I think it'll be good for everybody. But yeah, golems are
You're,
great for group battles and killing people, man. Because when your front line starts to fall, that golems will come back in and and give you a little life. So yeah, it's a great opportunity to allow the number of golems to increase, and it's really cool during the group battles when you got 40 to 60 people in them. The number of golems is so high, and sometimes it takes a lot to kill it. So yeah, it's a great focus item for the for everybody. But
LG,
specifically,
that's what you're telling your free players, right? Like that's what the people want to know. That's
Well,
what you're telling the
that's
players.
what I'm telling anybody who's spending 500 or less right now. You know, like 500 or less, like this is where your money should be
Yeah,
going, bro.
I
Period. End
agree
of
with you.
conversation.
I agree
You
with you. I
know,
just think people want to hear it, So I think it's nice to hear.
every
I think
so
there was
often you want
some.
to spend a couple of bucks in an event here and there because you want to help your team, or it's you like that event, or if you want to play a little Iron Blood, right, for Holbrook's sake, or whatever. I think that that's okay if you're a low budget player, every once in a while, but I wouldn't make a habit of it, and really try and focus in on and I would almost try and I wouldn't say not participate, but not try and go so hard in some of those other events that you love, like to play so much, and really try and focus on getting something that can't be taken away from you. Like that's what I try and push to the guys, to the team. Try and get something that can't be taken away from you, right? Like we had a guy, and I'll talk about it just because like we don't do a lot of Civil War stuff in 425, but we had essentially a 60 million BPC 35 floating around in like the number 4 or 5 alliance, you know, and it got brought up to the attention, my boy, good old Johnny Ringo or whoever brought it to everyone's attention. Because, for us, as long as it's shielded, we kind of leave it alone. But I think everyone thought that was a little excessive. And, unbeknownst to anybody, let's just say he's 17 million BP now, and how he got there, I couldn't fucking tell you. I don't know who killed him. I don't know what happened, and people are asking questions, and the answer is simple, that didn't add any value to your city, right? Look how fast it went away. Look how fast I took it from you, or not I, but we, right? Look how fast we took that from you. And it never added any value to the nation, right? Just never, right? The guy had no kills, all those traits of a very stereotypical farmer type player with way too many troops. So long story short is he was killed, and he's got much less troops now. And but yeah, look how fast it was taken away. The kind of note to that tune. So you should be putting your quote couple of dollars that you're spending in this game, whatever your budget is. You really should be focusing on that something that cannot be taken away. And I love officer skill books. Right, it's my favorite thing to tell people to buy when there's not something new and easy to obtain. And usually when there's a new release, the first handful of levels are pretty easy to obtain on a small budget, on a smaller budget. So, focus in the beginning on those new releases, you can get a lot stronger, a lot faster per se. And I think that's got a lot to do with what Big Bird was saying earlier with the growth rate. And I mean, Big Bird, hello. Like, have you seen how many fucking new events there is, bro, since we were playing fucking 3 years, 4 years ago? Look at
Oh
all
yeah,
this. Look at this, man. This has changed so much, dude. From the four from the 459 days, right? Like it's changed
yeah.
so much. So like that's how they're doing it, man. And and they're spending a lot of money in a short period of time. More power to them, man. That means and I hope this is the case, but that just means like things are doing all right. People are making money. People are, doing their thing, blah, 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 because this shit ain't cheap, and I know what it takes to build a city for the most part. So, yeah, man, more power to it. But the answer to that question, Big Bird, is look at the amount of events and opportunities there is to spend where we didn't have anywhere close to that. I remember buying out all the packages at one point, very early on, and essentially like there was nothing you could do until 3 days later. Right? Like
Well,
there's
yeah,
nothing.
and you see it in the merit ranks because it used to be there were only a couple ways to get merit, right? It was KE and Elite Wars. I mean, later they introduced Duel of Dominance and then everything else. Chaos Lands was good for merit. But
As soon as I saw those guys change the merit ranks and add the 2 or 3 tiers that they added to it, I knew a shitstorm was coming, dude.
yeah. But it's a way for newer players. It's a way for them to bridge the age gap. If you're willing to commit the resources
The
to
cash. Say the word
yeah
cash.
yeah. Holbrook, I think there are a couple of things that LG said that I want to highlight. The first is when something new comes out, and it's something like officer equipment, where it's easy to get a couple levels up quickly, and it's something that can be obtained without packs, which officer equipment alloy is doable. I think it's either Zombie Uprise or Doom. I can't remember which, but you can also get it from the Daily Ruins. That's a place for players to focus early on, because their other officer equipment levels are probably high enough that the cost to level is now makes it less efficient compared to what's come out that's new. And to put a finer point on what LG said, what we told folks is um, take each officer up one at a time to the level required to unlock the purple stones. Then go up a couple levels on purple stones. And then, depending on your alloy collection rate versus your stone collection rate, maybe you take a second officer up to, what is it, like level 7, level 8, maybe it's level 10 on the alloy. And then bump up those purple levels and, kind of do a peanut butter spread across the 4 officers that give fleet. I think, though, another thing to keep in mind for your mid-tier guys is those gold skills are awful compared to what else is available. So if you've got a limited number of gold cores that you can use, you're getting way better value in the war officer and drill officer skills, a lot of them which have to do with damage reduction or increase. And also, by the way, the war officers and the drill officers offer misfire resistance and disruptor resistance in their alloy levels later on. So the gold expertise for the new officer equipment is awful, and that is not where your mid-tier folks should be putting their energies, unless they're maxed or close to max on the existing gold skills. The existing
I
gold
was just
skills
gonna
for war
say,
and drill are better.
you 100%, you shouldn't, as a whale type player, to answer that question, you should be, doing what Big Bird's saying, like leave the farmer officers and the strategy officers alone for the golds for the time being, because it's just giving you disruptor resistance and things like that, where the damage and majority of the gold items on all of your other officer equipment is, I would say, substantially better, pound for pound, spend rate, whatever you want to call it. I would say it's substantially better in your drill or your war officers comparable to what the farmer officers are offering.
I think it's also tough in general to give people advice that they listen to. And I'd like to give the general advice, just officer equipment, drill officers. You know what I mean? Like, that's not the most optimal advice. The most optimal advice is better. You should do what Big Bird is saying or Lead God is saying. But if you refuse to listen and you refuse to lead or read, you should definitely just drill everything.
Yeah, I mean, if you got the wallet to sustain that, like run it, like absolutely, like currently I'm, personally, purchasing all of those packs, right? Mental's maxed, a couple of guys, Latip, he's maxed. There's a couple, I'm sure Ronaldo is maxed. I'm personally not. I'm behind the 8 ball on a couple of the farmer guys. My Morgan and Stacky are done, but I got to probably, I don't know, probably 2.5 weeks if I think about it before like my golds are going to be done. So I got some, but the disruptor resistance and the whatever other thing that's on there isn't, whatever. Not losing much by hanging out for an extra few weeks. So, but yeah, I would, unless the other stuff is maxed, for the drills and the wars, I wouldn't necessarily do it, but absolutely, if they are, fucking run it, man. Press that button if you can sustain it, man. Because it's gonna help. That's for sure. You know, and I personally was able to get a majority of my skills to 40 on a single plane. I opened up a second plane, you know, with officer, or excuse me, plane equipment. So it's like, yeah, it can, you know, the list goes on where you can spend on these days. So I don't think anybody's just hanging around doing nothing. You know, like, oh, I have a Max City. Like, no, you don't. Like, you could be doing this, you could be doing that. So I think Camel's gotten ahead of, you know, enough of the whales out there, including myself. I feel like I'm one of the, you know, pinpoint players where it's like, oh, once this guy gets something max, we got to get something new, you know, to keep me, you know, whatever, engaged. But, you know, for the time being, you know, if you can sustain it, take Holbrook's advice, man. Just you get those things maxed up, because once you get it maxed up, then you don't got to worry about it until they give you a refresh, you know, 6 months or a year later, you know, and hopefully they'll let you use the items that you've been hanging on to for a little while. You know, I was saying this to Tip because I know Tip was hoarding those officer equipment things for a little while to be able to max, you know, like he did when the release came. But for me personally, I can't remember like actually buying the packs. Um, you know, I know like there's some spend events where I get them organically through the spend event, but actually buying officer equipment packs, I didn't do up until the release. And I had enough to essentially max, you know, max out Morgan and Saki. I think Saki went to like level 27 as opposed to level 30. And the other two guys I was able to get to at least 20. So long story short is I couldn't max, but you know, I can't remember like actually buying those style of packs since I maxed it the first time around. So I think it was nice for me personally not to have to like hoard it, right? Not to say that I probably didn't spend the same money that Tip did, because I did, you know. But you know, in the way of which I went about it, I think it felt a little bit better because I didn't have to like go at it. But Tip's ahead of me, you know, Mental's ahead of me for doing those stack a bag things. You know, but I can't find myself. I've did that before, and then I got held with the bag. You know, so I didn't like that part, so I stopped doing that. You know, like for instance, when the officer skin came out for Tifa. Tifa was the first one, right? And then they fucking they punked me, and they put the puzzle piece next to the Tifa skin like a few months later. So I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna stack these Tifa skins. I'll play that stupid roulette game that they put out with whatever. I'll play this game. Now I think I got like 2,000 of those fucking Tifa frags just sitting in my bag, and I can't do shit with them. You know. So it's like stupid shit like that pisses me off. So I stopped doing the stack a bag thing. Like, you know, if somebody wants to get ahead of me for a little while, you get ahead of me. It's cool, you know. But I don't. I find myself not doing the stack a bag just for that like specific reason. On Camel will see you doing that, and then like just make you hold that motherfucker. You know.
I want to jump back to something Holbrook said about simplifying the instructions. And I have to laugh a little bit because he and I have talked about this. He's told me repeatedly, you're making it too complicated because I'm, you know, trying to figure out the ins and outs of optimizing. I think he makes a very good point. There's a large swath of your alliance. They don't really want to they don't really want or need to understand why the advice, and they don't want it to be too complicated. So you got to figure out a way to scaffold it. What's that called when you have multiple? One second.
So I wish it was my advice. I wish I could take it, but I keep taking advice from everyone else. I keep stealing everything. This actually came from 799, and it was just have 5 rules. And we have 5 rules, and I put them into Chat GPT and ask Chat GPT to localize it, and then I post it for like every language that we have in the alliance.
Is that for city building or for events or just overall alliance rules?
Everything that's important, man. Like not
Yeah.
enough. I mean, I wish I did it more, but also I know that people don't read shit, so you have to balance that, right? Like, I have strategy for some things that we haven't even talked about that I know will make us better, but I can't put it out there yet because if you keep just throwing data at people every day, they won't read it. They really won't care. We have to talk about the game in reality, not in what we think it should be, not in what we wish. We wish everyone would understand formations and all the information we send, but you actually have to send it so slowly that they
So
can
Big Bird's
comprehend it.
messages, like 3 people actually understand them and consider them. You know, so like
Wait.
yeah.
All right, so the corollary to what I was saying is there is going to be a small group of people that is going to be interested in that level of detail, and so it's not lost to do that work, but then you have to take the extra step to simplify it and make
I was
it
just gonna say you're double
idiot
working
proof.
because you got to do both perspectives now.
No,
Yeah.
I think you're right. You're winning for sure. I think you're right. I just think that you have to take the whole advice and then you have to put it into ChatGPT
I
and
mean,
go,
it just
"Hey,
shows you the team that
translate
he
this."
has there, Holbrook. That's all. It just shows you the level of
Yeah,
teammates that he has over there that are high level. They
it's true.
want to play the game at a high level and they want that extra, tidbit. Whereas, maybe in 785 or 904, the bottom half of your team isn't that engaged just yet, or for whatever, not necessarily your guys' nation. I shouldn't put that, but I think it's got a lot to do with the level of player that a nation like 621 has. Because if I started doing that nitty gritty stuff in 425, because I tend to take the Holbrook method and keep it simple, stupid, right? Someone said in the chat, so I'll shout it out. Like KISS, like just, yeah, that's easiest for us. But I do think there's a lot of validity to, adding that extra layer because, at least 15% of GFK would want to know those intricate details and they would use them. Um, and so just leave that for what it is. So I'll just, again, just another shout out to 621 because, the big Bird's probably long-winded, intricate detail, very erotic messages. They're probably going to a lot of eyes and ears over there in 621.
Hey,
No,
to your
man,
And
point,
we
LG.
don't do the
oh,
plus thing in 785. I'll stop talking. I have no problem stop talking, but we don't do the plus thing. Like I don't think the plus thing is real, man. That thing is not real. The people that are gonna press plus, they already play. You don't need to know if they're playing. You need to help everybody else.
Yeah, I feel like it comes organically. I don't ask for it, and I stopped asking for it many moons ago. I feel like, people just do it as a response. Like, like, yes, I agree or whatever, whatever. I don't necessarily think we do it as a head count because if I count those X's, that means I got like 27 people showing up to an event where I just had 93, So I know it's not about who's going to show up. I think it's more about an acknowledgement. And I personally like to see, what would be nice if Camel does listen to these things, show us who reads our messages, that'd be cool. If we could see like read receipts of, when something was opened, what players saw the group message that we just added 99 people to, it'd be nice to see that 74 of them opened it up, my opinion anyway, as a leader and whatever, whatever.
I just wanted to double back to Big Bird's point about the instructions for certain requests in regard to officer equipment and upgrades and all that stuff. I feel like the simplistic instructions are definitely needed for like the average player. But to your point, LG, for like the sophisticated layout or just the intricate details, I feel like if players care enough, they'll actually reach out to leadership to get those details. Whereas the average Joe is just like, okay, I'll buy whatever I was instructed to buy, and they'll kind of just leave it alone at that point. But the people that really care and want that insight, they'll definitely reach out for it.
100%. I love to do that in the Alliance chat too, so others see it that, because I also feel like there's still some people that don't like to reach out to leadership and ask questions. People are shy. People are, all those things, right? I think I definitely have like 5 or 6 people in my Alliance that don't necessarily like to talk or, whatever the case is. So, if you do things openly in the Alliance chat, and try to keep things as granular as possible there, I think you'll get a lot more eyes on it and, get a lot deeper with it than just dropping a message. That's just my opinion on that anyway. But
I think I was wrong on the past on this. Sorry to interrupt you, LG, but I was wrong in the past on this, and I want to give you your props. I think you're right. Like, Sheridan Alliance chat, talk about it with the Alliance. At worst, go on Discord and share your screen. But Sheridan Alliance chat and have everybody
Well,
talk.
because what's
I-
good is sometimes you'll have that one person who thinks that their way is better, and it's
Yeah.
like, and then
Yeah.
you get to have that exchange in front of everybody. And for me personally, whatever, not toot my own horn, but it's very rare that I'm proved wrong. So it's like, so when I do get to have that exchange, it's like, okay, and when we're done with the exchange, they leave saying, okay, there is a God, like one of those deals. So it's and they understand, and then hopefully it's a learning moment, and again, others get to see it, right? Because whatever, others are online and they're watching the chat and they see what's going on. So all of those things, I think, is just really good for for eyes, and I'm not a big fan of interacting in the messages of the game. I think you get a lot more traction interacting in the messages of like Discord, but I also, for us anyway, like, our interaction on Discord is more for ping than it is for conversation. Like there's probably 5 or 6 of us on our Discord that, chat it up or fuck around, but a majority of 425's Discord it's all business.
I think the biggest issue that a lot of people have is that a lot of people don't want to repeat what they have to say over and over again, just for the person that you told over and over and over again, um, the same exact thing for them to continuously not do. Like if they're asking a question, you tell them the answer, and they still don't do it over and over and over again. I think that's a big issue to the point where, like, for say you, Lee God, me, Tip, Holbrook, like, why are we having to repeat this to the same person over and over again? For say formations, if you're long range, don't add any mid range troops, stuff like that. Or if you share your officers inside the alliance chat and they share theirs and they said, "Hey, I switched this," and they didn't switch what they should. Some of the times it's just like, I don't know if I can help you anymore. Like, and you do get frustrated.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's definitely a frustration point, and I personally haven't ran through the people doing dumb shit like that, because I think I kind of mentioned it earlier in the pod. I don't know that I'd have patience for it, and that's that. But yeah, it's definitely a thing. There's there's an old, I don't want to even call it an old saying, but there's a saying that my father used to tell me, God rest his soul. There's a couple of things you can't fix. And one of them's being broke and the other one's being stupid. And I thought that he was wrong on the broke part, but the stupid part I could understand. So the long and short of it is yeah, there's some stupid people out there, man. And, you know, uh, it's up to you if you want to surround yourself with them or not. I personally can't do it. Like I personally can't do it. The stupid, like the absolute stupid, I just have to remove them from the alliance. But I haven't ran across that in 425 in ages, man. I can't tell you how long. Sure, there's some stressful people, for whatever reason, but there's no stupids. I'm sure there's some stupids in 425, but they're sure shit not in my lines. I wouldn't be able to tolerate that. It's
That
something that I just don't have patience and tolerance for. I think I spent too many years in the office setting, where I had to tolerate the stupids, and so now that I no longer have to be in any of those settings, I just have no patience for it. I got kids that test my patience these days, and that's it.
oh my,
What do you,
yeah, yeah.
Woody, how is 736 right now? Tell us if you don't
I
mind.
was just gonna say Woody's here. He gets to give us an update because we were talking about
Oh,
you earlier, Woody. Not to give you a blind side, but we were talking about some changes being made. The one that we talked about last week, whatever. But I didn't have an update, so I was kind of wondering if you were keeping steadfast in some of the decisions you are making there in your nation?
So right now, I'm still out of the alliance. Out of any alliance, we are still burning the people that I hate to say it, that don't matter because everyone matters, but we are still burning people that are not in the top two alliances. Do we have pushback? Of course we do. We're gonna have pushback. People that you burned are gonna join a farm alliance, which I telling them kick everyone from the farm alliance and lock the alliance. Don't let anyone come in. Make them apply and just don't accept it. Don't even log into your farms once you kick them out. But now we got players that are they're just crying. Some people will leave. I just ignore the chat. People will leave, and no one wants to see people leave a nation. But 4 years into the game, if you're a C28, I'm sorry, there is nothing. Hold on, I gotta sneeze. I feel it coming. Hold on.
Bro, you're one of the nicest guys. While you
What did
sneeze,
you
you're
say?
one of the nicest
C28.
guys
He's
in the
getting
game.
messages from C28s,
Yeah,
dude. Just
yeah,
That's what I'm
yeah.
saying.
C28s, and like, I mean, guys, I mean, if you be real, if you're a C28 4 years into this game, what are you? For one, what are you doing? And two, like, what are you playing? Is this even a game to you? Like, or is this more a social media, a Tinder? Now, I can't say anything bad about
so hold
using the
hold
game as
on.
Tinder.
Did you had two mergers, right, Woody, or only one?
No, only one.
Okay. All right. So you're not like Holbrook. So let me use Holbrook as an example then. Holbrook, did you guys put city level bans or anything like that?
Yeah, before
What-
before the merger, we burned everyone that was not in the top two, and
Yeah,
I
no,
think
I'm
that's
talking
the right
about
choice.
now. Now that you're merged, you got
No,
C33s in an alliance somewhere hanging around.
we're C34 minimum, but I haven't gone and checked. Like we're not killing people.
Got it. Yeah,
You
but
know,
for the most part, like your rules are, like a C34 minimum, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's like I don't ever want to kill anyone, but this guy was messaging me the other day. He's still in a C29, and it's like, bro, I would love for you to play, but you're in a C29. Can
Yeah.
you, if you can't get a donation, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I agree with that, man. And I don't disagree with what Woody's doing. And Woody, you should know that those players, messaging you, those are the, what do we call them? The casual type players.
yeah,
They log in 3 times a week. They play Zombie Uprise together. They pop in and they may or may not have a shielder on Sunday. They don't have many
yeah.
troops usually, but they're just hanging around.
Had a I had a guy, and let me remind you, this guy's like, what is this guy? He's a C29. Yeah, C29. No, 31. I take that back. He is C31, and he's just like completely trying to argue with me stuff. Not only in nation chat, but then he went to private, and I was really close to about just like either A, burn him, but I can't because he's underneath the bubble. He's one of those one that caught wind of what I was about to do the day before. So he quickly put a bubble. Like, I didn't give the opportunity to wait to that last day that I gave. I went the day before and just started burning everything because I knew it was going to happen. Everyone was just going to fucking bubble,
Yeah,
and
a
then
totally
it would just
perfect move, man. I agree with that move 100%.
yeah. So I whatever, I lied, whatever, I don't care, because I'm not going to fight this for a year upon year. I mean, not doing that. I do know what I did. It needed to happen. People might not like me for it, but once we get merged, and I know that we probably will, um, things will be different. They're going to be like, Woody, I can't believe you did that. Thank you. It's just right now because it's so new. You're going to have those haters because you just ended their gameplay in the game. It is what it is. If you're 29, like for instance, this
I
guy,
just want to grow, man. Why can't you just let us
yeah,
grow?
like you don't even have, you're not even hit the point where you need uranium. Like that grind hasn't even started for you yet. You're still worried about minerals 4 years into the game. You need to go play in a new nation and be the person that says that you know how to play the game, trust you, be that person because you're not the person in my nation. I can promise you that. But he literally still has 24 million BP, in a one of those farm alliances because they kicked everyone from the third alliance. They very respectful for the top 2 and top 3 people R5s to do this, but he has what is it 12 million kills in 7 million deaths. Okay, now in my eyes, as a person that sees something like that, 12 million kills and 7 million deaths, 24 million BP now. He does not attack, okay, and his bubble has dropped at least 2 to 3 times during Void. That's what I see when I look at someone's stats like that. Or he's just like literally been killing farm troops. Like so.
Listen, if you got all those losses, man, it's a wrap.
Yeah, like I can understand if you have over 100 million kills with that, and you have 7 million losses. I can understand. Okay, maybe you're losing them in team battles. Obviously you are the fucking meat shield, but he doesn't have kills. So I think that's what people need to understand. That when you look at the kills versus the losses, if they don't got the kills and they got a lot more, really close to even losses, are you a farm? How many times have your bubble dropped? What are you doing for the nation? Like, you can go ahead and say, Woody, you have 351 million BP. You're the one clogging up everything. Go ahead and say that. I dare you, because you know what? I'm the person fucking fighting. I'm the person
I mean,
that.
that's the problem. The problem is different mindsets, and
Yeah.
we talk about it all the time. Is we want like minds, and the unfortunate part is sometimes not even probably your nation, but a lot of the nations you just you get people that are just not like minded. That's what we have in 357. Once we got merged with 363 or whatever those guys were, it hasn't been good, and sure we stopped the Civil War, but they still suck. Like it doesn't matter, like everybody's too selfish. Everybody wants to be in their own little alliance over here, and and all these things, and there's probably enough people in the nation for like one good alliance, and it would be fun, again, all over again, but nobody wants to do that. So it's tough to deal with the casual type players. It's actually probably the worst, and and if you don't get a good merger, right? Like you're going to be looking for a new nation,
And
respectfully.
if you need a merger, you're already in trouble.
Yeah. If you're
100%.
if you're like, and I hate to throw a nation out like this, but if you're like 779, like where many of those players in there, and man, I hate throwing a nation underneath the bus like this, but I mean, I'm using for an example because they haven't got emerged yet. But if you're that nation, you're in here, you hear everything that we say, you guys, you see these nations being merged, what they did, they tell you what to do, and you still haven't ripped that band-aid off and to do what needs to be done. Like whoever is running that cache city in 779 needs to rip the fucking band-aid off and do what needs to be done. Because the way they're looking with how much BP and how many they got, what I think we looked at it last live or last mantra, is that they got like 4 alliances over a billion points. Like in my eyes, if I didn't know that nation was not merged yet, I would look and be like, they're already merged. What are you talking about? They don't need one. And I think that that's what they need to do. They got too much activity in farm alliances, for one. Way too much. Like, how many alliances do you need? Especially in a nation that hasn't had a single merge yet. Like, they should be down to 1 alliance by now. 1, not fucking 4 with a billion. That's fucking crazy. That's more BP than I have in my nation. And I haven't got my second merge yet. I'm already merged once. That's like, that's ridiculous. And I say this and I bring that nation up because someone from that nation contacted me and is like, what can we do? Why aren't we getting merged? You need to talk to Camel. No, I don't need to talk to Camel. You need to fucking light a fire underneath your fucking these cities in your nation and just get them out of there because you got too much activity going on. Like, you guys look like you've been merged already. There's no reason this is happening. And they can't blame cash because of the high BP. They got to start really opening your eyes and seeing, why has this person got 50 farms, and why is that farm alliance treating their alliance like a real alliance? Why are they doing EW? What the fuck are you doing? Why is your farm alliance doing EW? Like, oh,
These are board free players. That's what these are.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
those are the players in that nation that is making that nation suffer. They're stopping the progression of any kind of merger because because we'll just say there are 100 people in that nation got 5,000 farms.
What
Like,
do you,
I think
Woody's
the
part of that?
idea is right, like either take the steps that you need to approach a merge, or don't complain about it. Like
yeah,
you have a choice, right? Like no, we're not trying to make that choice for you. But if you desire to progress farther and get an influx of new players through a merge, then there's a certain path that seems historically to be better for achieving that goal. So if you don't want that, then make your choice the other way if you're fine with where you're at. But especially if people are complaining, then they got to have a meeting of the minds within that nation and decide, what does the nation want? And if the answer isn't what you as a player want, then you got to decide if you're going to be comfortable with that long term, or if you need to find another place to play.
yeah. And I get that people don't want to burn their nation down. They don't want to. They don't want. I think their problem is that they got so many. They think that if they burn someone down, they're going to lose two people, and the activity, meaning player, the players in the nation is going to go down. I think that's what they're scared of. But like, if you think about it, like myself, I didn't want to burn my nation. Okay, I didn't, and I didn't want to do it. And I've been here for 2 years, and it literally took me to see what Holbrook and all these other nations around them last merger did. And I went to every single nation into the R5s, and I asked what they did, and every last one of them said the same thing. So I mean, there's so much proof and so much thing that you have to do, and when everyone else is doing it, you just gotta say fuck it. Rip that band-aid off. It is what it is.
Bro,
Like,
you're the nicest guy in the world. Like I actually thought maybe I was too much of an asshole and I should have been as nice as you are. So man, your nation has no excuses. They
well,
should let you rock.
they didn't think I was too nice by burning everyone the day early before it. But I knew if I waited to that day, it would be a year's worth of fighting, or 6 months of fighting, trying to catch somebody from a bubble. I just knew I had to do what I had to do.
I'm just saying, like, none of us get to see behind the curtain. So it's not like I pretend like I know the real answers, but I know what I did. And all I'm saying is I've been telling you the same thing for 6 months probably. And you were awesome to your nation. And if they're mad that you finally are like, hey man, let's move forward, like, that's on them. That's not on you, man. In my
Yeah.
opinion.
Well, I mean, I kind of
Yeah, I agree.
I told some players that are kind of mad at me. I told them what was going to happen 2 years ago when I first came to this nation. I told them. I used the whole Lumberg merge blueprint. I showed them it, so they knew what was coming 2 years ago. It just I finally had to rip the band-aid off. So when they cry in nation chat or send me private messages, it's like, "Oh, how can you be upset? You knew this was happening. Like, you knew it
Well,
was
so
coming."
a good suggestion, and I don't know if you're this style of leader or not, but for me personally, if it doesn't warrant my time or response, then I don't. So like when these NC posts or messages come to my box, so I'll just use my own examples. I don't even fucking respond because they don't deserve a response, and usually it just stops. That's just my opinion anyway. The NC stuff I tend to disregard just because I've been in Civil War times myself, so I'm used to not necessarily paying attention much to the NC. But the guy that we just burned today posted the report on the chat, and I think everybody knows what 425 is, and I think he got like two comments on it, and it was like from like the Eighth Alliance, like some random C-27 essentially
Yeah,
said like, yeah, they didn't they attacked me 88 times or some shit like that. It's like, yeah, we did, but nobody
yeah,
engaged in it, and that's the way it should be in my opinion for the true killing of casual players or whatever the case is. It should just be done and in my opinion disregarded, because now you're going to waste your time and energy fighting with the C-27. Woody, don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh
We're actually
no,
talking about it way too much. I wouldn't even, they don't deserve a response in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's
no. I
my
mean,
I
I
would
don't respond to
extend
everyone.
that point past what you're saying in casual farmers. Like one of the most limited resources that our top players across the game and our top leaders have across the game is time and attention. And they should not be giving attention to something that doesn't require their input. I think about it like this. There's some things that need to be done, and there's some things that need to be done by you. And you need to figure out what's the and the things that need to be done by you personally is a much shorter list. And the you here is not me, but if you're an R5 or the top alliance, the list of things that need to be done by you specifically as the R5 is much shorter than the list of things that just need to get done for the alliance to work effectively. And
Yeah.
so if it's something that doesn't need you specifically, ignore it or delegate it,
Oh, and I do, and I do, I knew, being I'm the R6 of the nation. Basically, I kind of run the nation. Not saying that I'm that person, but they all listen to me. I knew to do what needed to be done, it was going to have to be me that triggers it. I knew that it wasn't going to. It wasn't going to be K. It wasn't going to be any of the R5s. It was going to have to be me that says rip that band-aid off and do it. And I'm not that person that usually would do that because I am one of the top players in the game, not in the game, in the nation, and they respect it. But as that being that I made the rules of the nation, people do listen to me. So for the top two alliances, and I think this is what I'm about to say is very very important. Um, was very eye opening. We have a guy in the second rank alliance, Speed Daddy. Me and him don't ever see eye to eye in Nation Chat. We never do. I say one thing, he's totally against it. So when I brought this up in my Nation Chat and he agreed to it, he's all for it. I think that was a really big eye opener that he understands what I'm trying to do. And when you get the both of the alliances, two alliances for you trying to mold, understand what you're trying to do, and they're with you on it, and they just waiting for you to rip that band-aid off and start it. That's the kind of people you want to play with, because those are the people that are going to defend you. Those are the people that are going that sees what you do and they join. Like
Well,
if
so
it was
so
just
so so let me ask you a question, and I'm not trying to like pull your card or anything. It's a legitimate question. Why are you doing this alone? Why did you have to leave your alliance? Why isn't your number one alliance as a team and your team doing this as a team? And why are you alone? Let me ask that.
I'm
You know?
alone because I got 353, actually 353 million BP, and the whole main goal is to lower the nation's BP. Um, we all know the portion of the formula is to have your nation BP down to uh, around 6 billion. So 353 million BP is a big number. I'm not going to delete my troops because I am a fighter. I fight during Void, I fight during Frenzy, I fight through almost every event. So for me to leave the alliance,
Yeah, but so Holbrook didn't leave his alliance to get a merger. It doesn't make a
I,
lot of sense.
I understand that, and we're not at that work. See what Holbrook was able to do, and a lot of
So
the nation.
hold on, let me hold on. I don't mean to keep cutting you off, but I'm a bit confused. So
Okay,
so the main reason that you personally left the alliance is for BP movement in Alliance BP. So you're currently not in Alliance. You're
no, I'm
just
not.
off on the side, blah blah blah. So it wasn't to go leave Alliance and go burn some people and whatever. It was to mask your BP from Camel's Alliance calculations.
It was for calculations, yeah. It,
So you're
it,
you're not playing Elite War at all.
no, no, not
You're
at all.
not you're not joining for KE. You're not doing
No,
any of those things.
I
Yo,
sat
this
out
is
last.
this is
I
this is next
sat
level
out last
stuff.
Monday.
Like
This
I
is
said out last
Sorry to cut off.
Wednesday.
Sorry to cut off
I
Woody, but
said
like
out.
it's next level. Like I did kick Vegas out, so Woody's not like just making it up. Like
yeah,
it's
no,
next
I
level
hear it.
for Woody.
I was under the impression the reason why he left was not for that and was more for killing others, right? So I was under that impression, and I was more wondering why he was doing it alone and why he didn't have the support of his team. That was where I was going with the question. You know, because the way I've been hearing Woody talk about this since the last podcast and then again tonight, it seems like it's just him doing the killing. You know, which I
But
think is a
it was just me. I was the person that had to rip the Band-Aid off. Since I left the alliance and I
correct. But
started killing,
once you rip the
the other
band-aid
two,
off, right?
yeah, the
It's
other
like the
two
guy from
alliances had
Sparta
killed.
300 kicking the guy in the chest, right? It's like
Correct.
you start it
Yeah,
and then your boys come, right? That's the way it's supposed to happen.
and that's what happened. But I stay out of the alliance is to keep the 353 million BP down.
Got
We're
it.
at
So to shut me up, your team is burning the nation too.
yeah. Oh, absolutely. Like
Okay.
absolutely.
All right.
I mean,
All right. Got it.
there's
So you're not
nations
the
have
only idiot out there burning some shit. You have support of your team, at least your team. Forget about number two, even. At least your
they're
team is
supporting
supporting
too.
you.
They're,
Okay.
they're doing it
All
too.
right.
They're
Good,
doing
good,
it
good.
too.
All right.
Like
So,
I gave him a week to grab the top three or
so
whoever's
Woody's
going ahead.
taking a big kick in the dick for the team playing an alone game right now. That's essentially what's
Yeah,
happening.
Bro, he's
yeah.
gone
You guys
beyond
gotta.
me. Like he's fucking crazy. He's going all the way to get his merch.
Dude, so
I'm fucking impressed.
I'm
Yeah.
getting the gist of it now. I didn't understand all the details.
Bro, it's
Holbrook.
savage. Like he went beyond.
Hol-
He went respect to you, bro. You're gone beyond where I was.
You got to
yeah,
remember,
but
I still
Holbrook.
got to create videos and content too, and I'm having to do this. And I would say thank God for the community in this game, like 904, respectively. They were like, hey, you know what? You can log into this city and get some content. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm moving to a different nation. It's just they understand that people want content still, and technically I have to produce it. Um, I sat out Frenzy except for one hit because Lord G, we all know me and him don't get along. He left his bubble undone. They set a trap. They knew I wasn't playing, but that last 30 seconds I sent in and I killed a lot. Had to. At least one hit. One hit. That's all I wanted, and I did.
Holbrook, the one advantage I think you have over Woody, which is kind of unfair that Woody has to do this alone, is removing the three Vegas cities dropped your nation battle power by 1.7 billion, which was a huge advantage for you over what Woody's doing, knocking just 300 million and not being part of the nation now. That's the
I
only
completely
downside to
agree.
it. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
I
Like you were
completely agree.
in
He's
a
it's incredible
unique
what he's doing.
situation.
Yeah,
You were in
no,
a unique
I don't.
situation. Woody's in a very unfair situation.
I
Like
don't
he
think
has to
other people would
leave.
have kicked Vegas out. I think other people would have been afraid to, and that's a separate
Right,
topic.
right.
But Woody is
But
making his nation deal with more than what I did. I kicked somebody out who's not playing, so that
which was
doesn't really hurt people.
1.7 billion,
Yeah, yeah.
which was huge.
No,
It
no,
worked. Like I said, it was genius, absolutely genius, and you deserve all the credit. But for Woody is leaving the alliance is 300 million. I mean, there's a lot more that has to be done, and Woody don't have three monster Vegas, high battle power cities to be removed. So
no,
Woody's
I agree.
work
But
is just beyond. It's tough.
what Woody is doing to get a merge is, I love it. I mean, I literally love it with all my heart. I wish all of you would have the same guts to do the same. I mean, whoever's listening, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not talking about anyone specifically. Respectfully, I love you all.
But
But
Holbrook, what
I'm
I'm
just
saying is,
saying,
wouldn't Woody have to remove K and Woody's top 10? Pretty not as inflated as the Vegas nations, but are pretty inflated. I mean, is it enough for Woody alone just to have
for
to?
sure it's enough. Absolutely, it's enough. For him to quit his alliance and murder everyone not in the top two, I think that's definitely enough.
No, the
Just for
murdering
me,
that's fine. The murdering that's fine, but for Woody not to participate in any events as far as
I think the bigger
is
KPI
very
isn't
unfair.
necessarily the BP, but more so the active people logging in and out. And if Woody was able to present the, stop logging it, into your farms, get that taken care of, and then kill the people, and then you speed it up around, 90 to 120 days where the casual player becomes the quitting player. I think that that's a big push for Camel to get that merger vibe going. I think BP plays a part, but I don't think it plays the biggest part that people tend to talk about so often.
Look at
Uh,
look what I posted in the chat right here. This is another thing that we've
I mean,
been completely
425 had a fuck ton of fat cities, including myself, and we never we never did any of the stuff that Holbrook or Woody is doing for the alliance management outside of our, top 3 or top 4 alliances, whatever we had at that time. But everybody that was within those alliances didn't necessarily have any rules. So I don't think
we
BP plays the part that you think it does.
we have taken all the farms that were in farm alliances and we've removed them all. Like here's a screenshot of a little farm area. They've all been removed from farm alliances. They are not allowed to be in a farm alliance. Farm alliance is supposed to be locked, and they're not allowed to
Well, so
log into it.
what you need to do now is just keep an eye and have all those scouters like Woody, or excuse me, like Holbrook was kind of talking about. People had sections of the map. We're looking. You need to make sure that those cities aren't just out of alliance, but now they're still active. So keep an eye on the tiles, keep an eye on the gold mines, keep an eye on all those things. And not only are you kicking them out, but you're tracking the little truck back to the city so you know which one is active, and then you know who owns that city. And that's the motherfucker that needs a tap, a nice little love tap.
Yeah,
Hey, bro, fucking listen. You know, real simple. Listen.
All of that is definitely true, but I still want to give Woody a little shout out. He's gone above and beyond. Like quitting your alliance to murder everyone is a little bit
Yeah,
above and beyond.
I think it's
And I
above and
love it.
beyond, but
I love it.
I'll also add that I don't think it's necessary. You know, I don't think you have to leave. I don't think that means all that much. I think it's valiant that you're taking that step, and it definitely is probably helping more than it's hurting. But yeah, I don't know that I would personally think that, or I wouldn't do that. Let's just say that.
I'm doing it because okay. So with my nation rules that I set after merger, I specifically said to everyone, we won't have a civil war, but if there's a problem, something needs to be fixed. You have to leave the alliance, go fight it out in the corner, and fuck off. Kind of deal. So how do I not only with the lower my nation BP because I mean the statistics and numbers
I
of
mean,
all the nations
are
they
you
were all
talking about going against your own rules? That's a reason too.
that's another reason too. So I can't have
I mean, but if
SPTs
you
in
have
one
the
alliance.
blessing of the leadership of the top 2 alliances, change the fucking rules, Woody. Right? Like
Well,
it's
we
yeah.
I that's the thing. I can't change the rules until second merger. That was another thing that I made very implement and very clear that once the rules are made after the first merger, they stick until second merger, and then the rules change again. So by me doing that and staying within the guidelines of my own rules, people will still listen and respect the rules of the nation. There's more behind. It's like that duck. How when a duck's swimming above the water, they're nice and calm, but underneath the water, the freaking feet are kicking like no other. I'm still trying to have the top. Put it this way: if
I
I
mean,
have
you
another
have to
41,
do things like
that
that, Woody, when you have so many leaders right after a first merger. You got 3, 4, 5 alliances. You got all these different people, all these different, things. But you don't have that right now, brother. And I say this with the utmost respect. You don't have that right now. You have leadership of your alliance and you have leadership of a second alliance. You're talking about 20 people, tops. That's what you're talking about. Everybody else falls in line.
yeah, yeah, you're
Period,
right.
man. So change
You're
the
right.
fucking rules, dude. You know?
So we do have a mini Billy guy, and mini Billy came from Nation 113. And man, I love him. Don't get me wrong, but he has kind of done a little bit wrong recently since I've done this. He's like, I'm going back to 113, and I sort of said, go ahead, go. You know, if you say you're going back, go. There's no reason to post in Nation Chat anymore. I also told him, like, look, I got friends in 113. Don't stir shit up in my nation because I'll start stirring shit up in your nation, and they won't. Your C39 over there will end up getting a big hug. You know, I'm not trying to like do the threat, but don't come in my nation and stir up trouble. Um, when we're trying to get something done. You know what I mean? Like, go back to your old nation, do what you're doing. You don't want me running around in your nation talking to the friends I have over there because you know what I mean? It's not something that you want to do or play that kind of game. Um, Nation versus nation, ancient versus new. I mean, if you say you're gonna leave, just leave.
I mean, 113's got a good team over there. I don't know if he's in EMF or not, but like they got a good
He
little team
is.
over there. I mean, I know that you know, when people leave nations and stuff like that, they tend to want to say goodbye to their friends and things of that nature. I'm not a huge fan of posting to the nation chat when you're leaving, you know, but if you
Yeah.
were one of those like traveler type players that, you know, in the beginning you played in all the kind of alliances, right? I know there's a lot of players that did that and kind of in the more beginning stages of the game, you know, then maybe you're more inclined to make a, you know, an NC post. But if you know if you're from 113 and you come to your nation and then you know you're deciding to go back, like you know there's really no reason to make that post other than you know maybe you're a little bit on the slow side. I don't know, man. Like those are, you know, the one thing I learned a long time ago. I can only control my actions and attitudes, not those of others. And you know, I try not to put any time into those things, you know, kind of like what Big Bird was saying earlier. You know, you're over there being R6. So, you know, you need to focus your time on things that actually matter for your nation, you know. And I think, you know,
That's
just
what I'm
to
trying to
say what
do.
I'm saying, I think you're doing, I think you're doing more of a disservice being out of your alliance than you are doing a service. It's just my opinion as a R6 myself, you know, and things like that. I do think that you should get your leaders of your alliance and your number two alliance, and you should say, "This is the new rule. I'm not gonna be out of my own alliance to kill the motherfuckers the same way that you guys are killing the motherfuckers. It's stupid." So this is what we're doing now. Like, there's no reason, you know, in my opinion, unless you're really trying to ploy on that BP thing, you know, which again, I'm not a big fan of. And as an R6, I wouldn't, you know, want to be playing in the fucking corner by myself during every event. You know, you can't
Oh yeah,
play in any event. You're the whale,
LG,
you know?
I mean,
you're not thinking about when they say no. So when he says, "Hey, let's burn everything because let's make the nation better," and they say no, then what does he do?
He already has support, he's saying. He's already
but
saying number one and number two support it.
before I did
What are you
not.
talking
So we
about?
went before I did not. They argued with me
We're not talking
over and
about
over again.
before. We're talking about right now. Right
Right
now
now,
on
they
today's
support.
date.
There's talk about support and there's real support, and I've been through that, and I'm not sure it's the same.
Like it's no one wants
I'm
to kill the
confused.
nation off. No one wants to kill the nation
No
off.
one wants to kill the nation, but the alliance members of everything outside of the top two alliances, everybody in all 200 members, if there's that many, but I doubt there is, you know, of all the members of your top two alliances, everybody should be able to agree that everything outside of those top two alliances is trash. You know, like everybody should be able
Not
to
wrong.
commonly agree to that. And if they're not,
You're
then
not wrong.
like somebody needs to lead them in the direction of understanding, hey guys, we got number one, we got number two, and then we have food.
Mm.
They should agree, but they don't.
Yeah,
Just
a
real
lot
talk.
of people. A lot of
Okay, but
people. You got to
a
understand
week
that.
ago he said something different, Holbrook. Just calling a spade here. A week
No,
No,
ago,
no.
Woody
actually,
said something different.
you and only because you're speaking up, I'll say you, but other people also gave me the best advice, which was like, do you want to protect your weakest players that don't know how to hide their troops, or do you want to fight? And I took your advice. So you're right. I'm not saying anything different this week that I wouldn't say last week, but you have to fight. That's the reality. You have to fight.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I just don't see because I feel like I know Woody enough and I know his team enough, right? I've watched him go from 373 to over there and do his thing and get that city and do really well, right? I've watched this happen, so I feel like with the following that he has on social and all of these things that we do here, it's like a fucking no-brainer, like come on. So, and what exactly are you protecting? Am I missing something that you have in the third alliance that you're trying to protect? Is there like a,
Oh,
a fat
they're gone.
C-39 over there with like 6 buddies, or
No, they're
something
gone.
like that?
They're gone
Okay,
now.
so what
We
are we
have.
talking about here?
So I'm trying
What
to
are we
make
talking
my
about?
nation's BP continues to be lower, and I know that I have a huge amount of BP. I do. 300. We went from 8.3 down to 6.8 when I left and burned everyone. So if my goal
Yeah,
is to
but
be at 6
but the
billion,
only reason it moved so much is because you left. That's the KPI that you fucking confuse me with, you little shitbag. So
I told you that I left. I told you that I left.
no, yeah, you said it just like you said it just now. Is when you left, and you killed people, your nation BP dropped this much. So really, what you're saying is your nation BP you didn't really kill
Well,
anybody.
well, when you go from 8.3 to 6.8, I mean, 350 million BP. Yeah, that's a big chunk of it, but that's nearly 2 billion. 2 billion BP drop. Like 350
But what
is
amount of that is you kicking farms and doing dumb shit? Not dumb shit. And
right,
and,
right.
and I'm talking about what amount of that is actually killing somebody's troops, like T
I
fucking
killed
10 and up.
I killed about 1 billion troops worth, BP worth, a billion.
In the third, fourth, fifth alliance, whatever was kind of hanging
Yeah,
around out there.
yeah, a billion. So I'm trying to
And you have if you went back to your alliance right now, would the number 2 alliance want to start civil war with the number 1 alliance because you went out and killed everybody?
no, no,
No. No.
no, they wouldn't. They
And there's really only 2 alliances in your nation now, right? There's only 2.
yeah, yeah. There's only two. There's only
Yeah,
two.
so why wouldn't you guys agree to kill everything else? That doesn't fucking make any
Well,
sense.
and now we are at that point where everyone else is food. Everyone's food. Everyone's farm is food. Anyone that cuts
And
farm,
everybody agrees with that.
everyone agrees with it now. Yes.
Okay, so bro, go back to alliance.
When I left my so no one really agreed with it until I left my alliance. That was the um David call trying
Okay,
like
but
it's like trying to
of all
call
those
someone's
people that
bluff.
you did kill, are they all gone or are they still kind of hanging around One Fleet Wonders?
No, there's a good portion that left. A real big portion that left. There's probably like a total maybe 10 or 15 people that are still hanging around, joining different farm alliances
Okay.
and trying to
And
cause
if you
chaos.
and is anybody allowed to attack them from the number 1 or number 2 alliance, or do they have to leave alliance to go attack them too?
They can attack them. They can attack them, and they do.
Okay.
And they do. I'm so me leaving alliance is me
Okay, so the only
setting them.
reason, so we're gonna sum this up because it's getting late. So the only reason that you're out of alliance is BP hiding. That's it. No other reason.
BP. Correct.
Okay, you're over here putting masks up and shades up like it's for all these different reasons. No, it's for one reason only. You're BP hiding.
For me leaving the alliance, yeah, it's for BP only, and it also shows everyone that I wasn't joking around. Like I left the alliance. That's an eye opener. Oh fuck, we left the alliance.
Yeah, but
He's
that
gonna
like
hit
I
some
feel like
last
that
time I
when
left
you
the
leave
alliance.
your
That
alliance, that makes it seem like you're mad at your own alliance. Because if you're like, I know you don't lead your alliance, you're not the actual R5. And I'm aware of that. But like when a guy like yourself, right, you're the big player, you're the whale player in that alliance. When a guy like yourself leaves alliance, it fucking paints a picture. And the first picture that it's painted is he's pissed off at something that's going on in his own house. Because if
well,
your
they're
house is clean,
my
there's no
alliance
reason
was
for you
well
to
aware.
leave.
My alliance was aware what was going to do. They were aware that I was leaving to lower my BP. So when you have people saying, "Well, why don't you just delete troops and lower the BP from yourself?" because I'm the fucker fighting. I'm the fucker literally speeding around,
Whoever
hitting
said that
billions
to
of
you, bro, you
points.
should have immediately killed them. I don't, straight up,
I
I
did.
would have.
I
If
did.
somebody
I
said that
did.
to me, bro, I would have immediately killed them, and I wouldn't
I
have
did.
mattered
I
who said
did.
that.
I did. I did kill him. That was the spark that made me go a day early.
Yeah,
That was
so
the
that's
spark that when someone
you're
said,
doing you're doing it the right way. I just I think you're doing a little bit more harm to the overall whatever um for being out of the alliance, man.
it's
I
the
think
whole Vegas effect thing. It's the whole Vegas effect thing. Like, so when they were able
I
to
hear you.
uh, remove Vegas with all that VP, although I don't got the 1.7 billion, but it's still
Yeah,
353
but your
million.
alliance BPs are similar, right? For what when Holbrook, what were your two alliance BPs when you got merged?
They were down to like
Uh,
6.2, right around there.
yeah,
So I mean,
yeah,
but they did that for 6 months straight, and they finally got it. So we're at the beginning stage, and I know that within that 6 months, when people are not recruiting, speed recruiting, for Void stuff like that, and people are going to be fighting for Void, and people are not going to be buying the Void potions to get their BP back up, it's gradually going to get down to where we need to be within those 6 months. Like, if I literally rip it down to 6 billion where we want to be right now and start attacking number one alliance, which, I mean, you don't want to do that, but you start attacking those other 40,
So you're
41.
also telling your team to stop growing, man. I don't know, man. I don't know
BP,
if I have the seal of approval on some of these tactics, man. I'm just letting you know.
BP. I didn't tell them to stop growing their city, just stop growing their BP.
Well, I mean, but even the small recruiting that they should do to open their boxes, during whatever, during, frenzy or void, that's organic growth that you're essentially telling them not to do, right? They're not supposed to do their dailies and recruit troops anymore in those dailies. Your free to play players are going to be like, man, fuck this.
Well,
You're going to see less and less online activity.
I'm
I
talking about
bet he's not scouting everyone. For sure, those guys can recruit troops and kill in Void. I doubt Woody's scouting everyone every fucking day.
no.
Actually, it would be
Well,
cooler if he
I'm
was.
just saying it's just not a vibe that you want to put out to the nation. If I'm trying to get a merger, I still wouldn't be saying things like that. That's just my opinion. We can debate about it if we want, but I don't think I would say something along the lines of "Don't recruit, don't do that, don't
well,
whatever."
you got
You
you
don't
got
have
some of the
any troop limits in 425 at all? Zero troop limits?
I have troop
well,
limits on some players that casually play that won't go away. Yes, but no other limits on players. No. But
we
everybody
have
knows they should be able to hide unless you're a whale type player, you know?
we got a 39, and this is something I've been trying to talk to this guy about. A 39, 100 million BP with only 14 million kills. Like, that's the
Yeah,
kind
I
of
mean,
stuff we
listen,
need to stop people doing. That's
I get that. My boy Fangus, man. Go look at Fangus, in 425. Guy's got 12 million kills. Still, to this day. He's been playing the game for years. Guy's got 12 million kills. He plays fucking
so
tennis on
we
Sundays. That's what he does. So
so
like
we
he
all
don't play on Sundays.
so we also noticed, looking through the stuff that Echoes does, the nations that got merger, their win rate for Void is what, 60% or lower, or 40%, and we're right now at like 73%. So I'm trying to also lower our win rate as well.
I mean, just because you don't play for win rate, I think that's fine. I think all those things are fine. I just don't like the vibe of don't raise this, because people are going to interpret it a certain way. We all know the translators aren't good. So if you're, in my opinion, I feel like if you're putting out a vibe of don't recruit, don't do void potions, da 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 da, it's like, I don't know. I feel like it's just like a downward vibe instead of a good vibe. You have to be able to do similar to what Holbrook did. He created an environment where people are having a lot of fun, while they were also trying to, get another goal in place with this merger. So they created the priority with Polar, and they did all these steps and put certain people in place. But I don't think the caps on certain things during certain times, especially free players. Like, man, that you're taking away the one little thing that they have the daily dose of, which is logging in, doing their dailies, opening up their boxes every day, da da da. We all know that you need to recruit every day, right, to
Well,
open
no,
those
no, 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 no,
boxes.
no,
You
no, no,
can't do it
no, no,
without it.
no. Lee, okay, I think that I see what you're getting to, and I think that there was a little misunderstanding. What I said is I don't want them using their speed recruits for like void. How someone will drop 350 million
Oh
points.
yeah, okay,
Yeah.
I
So
understand that.
to
I
save
understand
that,
that.
don't mass recruit like
But
that. Well, yeah, the dailies, yeah, do the
they're gonna
dailies. I mean,
open their boxes for
yeah.
Void too in the recruiting phase, right? So they're gonna get a
Well, I
couple
mean, they're
million points per person. What I'm saying
yeah,
is
they're gonna
organically, week in and week out, your Alliance BP should go up and not down,
yeah,
Yeah,
right?
and
it's
we're
gonna
not telling people not to recruit. We're telling people to kill their troops in Void and then recruit. That's the fun way to play the game.
Yeah, no, I
yeah,
agree with
that's
said conversation.
yeah, I was just telling them not to speed recruit, not to go the 100 million points for the recruiting. Within those 3 days, the 2 days of recruiting, you can open up all your boxes by naturally, playing it. You get what those five
Yeah, but
cities
in that
that
process, your BP goes up, right? So just
yeah, but if they're
organically,
fighting in void,
and
but
well, the way
when they're
your
fighting
guys'
in
void's been
void,
happening, you guys aren't getting a lot of fights in void, from what we're hearing
yeah,
lately.
you're not
So,
wrong. You're not
like
wrong. You're not wrong.
organically, week in and week out, your Lions BP is going to go up. Especially if they're spending a
Well,
little bit of money on recruiting and officers and Titans and playing all non-removable BP for the most part. What I'm getting at, man, is BP is you're taking away some maybe love for the game for yourself. Even are you prepared to stay alone for 6+ months? That's the next question I'm
Completely,
going to have for
completely.
I've
you.
been I've done it
That's
for about
that's
a month now, almost a month.
yeah.
I'm with
I
Lee
don't
God,
know.
I mean,
Woody. I'm with Lee God. I mean, like I said, Holbrook was in a very unique situation, having those three very inflated, um, cities, Vegas cities. It's unfair to you. That's how I feel. I'm with Lee God 100%.
I
I
think
know
that's
what you're
one of the
doing. We all know what you're
small
doing.
KPIs that got him the merger, though. I think that the reason why Holbrook got him this last merger was probably everything else that he did. Sure, the Vegas
Yeah,
thing has
with the
got a small bit
farms.
to do with it. The farms, the active members,
Right.
the all of those things. It's like when you have the amount of pressure that Holbrook placed on the rest of the nation. If you weren't in those, if you planted a flag, it was gone within hours.
It's true.
All of those things, that's that pressure where, if you're a casual player, you're just like, nah, just like fuck. Every time you log in, like you have no troops and you can't heal them. Like every time, your flags are gone, you can't, like. So that's I feel like that's the vibe that Holbrook brought, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's essentially what I got out of what he told me.
Lee
or
And I
God,
even
feel like,
100%. Lee
you're
God.
or
good.
even burning
Even my
You're
flags.
good.
ghost city was burnt every time I logged in. Okay, so
yeah,
they were on point. They were on point.
Respectfully,
I had
I
a
agree.
farm alliance there for 2 years, one city,
yeah.
right, and
Holbrook,
it got burnt
respectfully,
down.
I
I
agree.
logged in, it was all done.
Respectfully, I agree.
Thanks, Holbrook. Thanks, Holbrook. It was 200K
So
battle power gone.
Yeah, but they got to make
so
sure
I
those zombies are off and all that
Yep,
bullshit, right? And
yep,
that's somebody paying
100%.
attention. And that's
well
Yep.
here's another thing that we're doing. We're burning the flags from all the alliances that are in the two and the halls, because if the hall's not been placed and it's burnt away, the players that are trying to sneakily be, raise the BP, they're all of a sudden disappeared. If the hall's gone, then the players that are in there are no longer counted as nation BP either.
Well, it allows
and
you to
that's
track who's
nice as
alive
well.
too. So, just like Holbrook
Yeah,
said, watch, the Zombie Uprise rankings, which is a great, ad, by the way, which I didn't think of. But I was definitely watching, the alliance. All you have to do is look at what alliance you can join. If you want to leave alliance and, blah, 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 move around, just go see what you can join. And, if there's no hall, you can't join it. So the long and short of it is
that's
if you have the
that's
participation and the activity to burn it all down and then wait to see what comes back, now you know what's alive and where you got to focus. That's, all they're telling you is, giving you the homing signal.
and that's what we're doing right now. Is like we're at that point where okay, we burn the players that, and I don't want to say that we don't want there because I mean no one really wants to just kick them, but the players that are not active. I mean, if you're sitting in an alliance in Void's there or EW and you're just not showing up, but you are definitely showing up to farm. I mean, what are you doing for the nation? What are you doing for that alliance? You're doing absolutely nothing. I'm sure you're online because you want to talk, which is fine. Talking to New Nation. This is we're at that point where the social media portion of the game is it shouldn't really be in a game anymore. Like you should be walking
Yeah,
into the game just to talk, and
100%
that's
agree.
it. Like there's Line, there's freaking Discord,
Yeah,
there's Viber, there's WhatsApp.
you can keep your farm. I told those players they're more than welcome to stay around because they're still probably I could probably go find them in 425 somewhere. But they got farms now. They got like a C18 or some dumb shit like that where they can pop in, they say some dumb shit on the NC or whatever, and but they had to. Those other cities had to be either handed over, which a couple of them actually went into good hands, which I was happy with. But a couple of them just had to be killed. And they were essentially told if you want to hang around and be social, you gotta be in something else. And there's probably two of them that are like that, if I remember correctly. You know, but those guys eventually,
I,
when you kill their buddies that are very similar like them, and usually these are like the farming type players, but I hoarded those guys. Over time and whatever, we kind of got them all into one alliance for the most part, and then you pull the rug on them. That's what we did anyway.
well,
Just pull the
and
rug on
that's
them, and
that's kind of what
you know.
that's kind of what we did. It was like we for the week that I gave them for the second and third alliance, I was like, look, you guys have to
Yeah,
literally
I
get
think you're
into the
killing it, Woody. I
losing
think you're doing
alliance.
everything perfect other than sitting out of alliance. I think you're doing everything perfect other than that. I think that's
Yeah,
a little bit more damaging than it is, forthcoming. My personal professional opinion.
I think if we get a merger, I think it'll be worth it. If I'm able to take the sacrifice for my
Not for
nation,
6 months, bro. You're gonna lose so many players over the next 6 months if you're out of alliance like that, bro. Straight up. And I'm just like calling it, keeping it G, my friend. You know, if you're out of alliance, you guys are going to lose every elite war. The morale is going to be so down. You have to keep morale up during this process, brother. That's maybe the part that you're missing here, and I'm sure Holbrook can attest to this. The morale in 785 was fucking good, was good, man. Like this whole process, kicking Vegas out, it was good. Look, they were doing all these numbers before their merger. Remember, this is a KPI for Holbrook. He was doing this before his merger. So you have to keep the morale up, my G. And my professional opinion is you over there by yourself. Not only is your own gameplay morale going to be heavily down, your output's going to be out. What are you going to put out video wise? You're going to be a bunch of solo play. You're going to put out a couple of hits on. Fucking no one wants to watch that, with all due
is
respect,
no,
you
you're
know.
right. You're right. You're
And
right.
and then the other side of that, the fucking morale in your alliance is gonna be shit, So do me a favor, man. Go click fucking join your peoples and stop that, man. I don't know. I don't like it. I think it's gonna do so much worse for you. Especially if it lasts more than fucking a month or so, bro. You've already been doing it a month, and this could take some time, my G. It took Holbrook 6 months. It took me a year. So just throwing that out there.
Honestly, I wanted to support Woody on this one, but LG completely convinced me. I'm sorry, boys.
Yeah.
Like LG
I mean,
completely convinced me.
I mean, you're not wrong. You know, I am hearing what you're saying. I really am.
I mean, just think about
I'm
it. Like you're the heartbeat, bro. You're the R6, my G. You know what I'm saying? Like you're the
I'm wondering
guy who
if I
keeps the shit moving. I'm the same R6. You know what I'm saying? So I know what I do. I know what you do. And if you're doing it all over there by yourself, bro, and you're not doing it with the team, the morale's gonna go down.
Yeah,
Period. And
Woody,
that's
you're
not
facing
something that you
seven three
want.
two and Void this week. Woody, you're facing 7-3. You're facing us this week. 732 loves you. They're going nuts already. Everybody's been pinging you like crazy. Like, what's going on?
oh boy. All right, fine. Here it. I'm applying. There.
Woody, I was with you, brother. I was with you, brother. I did
I'm
my
with Lee
best to
God the
support
whole
you,
way.
but
Bothers me to see
honestly,
that.
lead God convinced me, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's
Cowboy
just
Woody,
Chris,
you
you
know, you
can kill
just
what are you doing?
300 million more.
What is?
I
Wait,
mean,
wait.
You can kill
you know,
300
How does
million
this?
more.
How does an
just
R
as a
seven? What is this R7 though? Like I've heard of R6,
But
but
you
like,
still
what
gotta
is this R7?
you still gotta burn your nation though, bro. Those rules
yeah,
are
I
those
mean,
You
rules.
get
It is what
plenty.
it is.
Yeah.
Like you still gotta burn
nothing
the
should
nation.
change. Everything should stay the same. You just got to go back home, bro. You know,
Yeah.
and you know, whatever. Yeah, you just got to go back home. You know, you got to rally the troops. You got to keep morale good during this time. Like again, like
Yo,
you know, like that is something.
I do and ask me anything. Anybody doesn't matter how you're the bottom of the alliance, no problem. Come talk to me. I do and ask me anything all the time about nation strategy. And like it sucks to change the rules. And to be honest, the other alliance in the nation, they cried about it. It fucking sucks to deal with them crying about it, but it sucks worse to have a garbage nation, man. Just talk to them, I guess. I don't know, man. Like for sure, you're doing the right thing, so just talk to them.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But we're still gonna burn people.
Yeah, I mean, nothing should change. Once again, like I don't think anything should change other than you going back to your alliance. You need to do everything that Holbrook did, other than the Vegas part for you. You know, like that
Yeah.
No, I get
everything
I
Holbrook.
do get what he's doing though. Like what he's doing is not breaking the rules, which is super fucking cool. But ugh,
You're in a
so
position where you no longer have to accommodate like you did first merger. First merger, so many new minds, so many people you don't know, blah blah blah. You've been playing with these guys for 2 years. What do you know what you're dealing with? You know,
yeah.
and if everybody's on the same page, it should be hey guys, you agree with this? Great. NC post done. You know, done. It's the simplest thing in the world. I've done this a million times. You know, so you know, like at the end of the day, if everybody agrees, it's not a fight. It's just an addendum, right? You know how many business contracts I've entered into and had to make an addendum over the years? All right, we got to change this. You know, this has got to change. Shit
I
ain't always right from the beginning, brother. You got to
I
understand that.
I absolutely love how Woody has not changed the rules for 2 years, but it's probably time to change the rules, and it's okay, buddy. And you should still be in the top alliance, and it's okay. LG's
Well,
right.
I reapplied. Applied. So
Woody,
Like
Holbrook's
there's a
battle power was 5.9 to 6.1 billion at the time of right before his merger. So if that's a goal you're shooting for, just keep burning until you get down. Get there. He was
yeah,
at
I mean, you
5.9
know,
I
billion in
agree with that
August.
completely.
respectfully, there's probably some stuff in the second alliance, right? That could, blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
But you want to
Yep.
keep those relationships probably good, right? So you probably got to take that one on the chin a little bit. So my professional opinion would be literally do exactly what Holbrook did. You have two alliances. Everything else must be burned to it must never log into the game again. You know, and everybody that is in those two alliances cannot be logging into anything else other than one main city. You know, so it should really, because people got 2, 3 cities in that alliance sometimes. You know, it's well, all
Mm-hmm.
those stupid things that are going on. So if you can pinpoint some of those stupid things, make sure everybody's got their alt city somewhere else, right? All that stuff. And if you could really pinpoint that, I think that's where you're going to get your merger. Because my opinion is 70% of mergers is coming from activity and the amount of cities that are being logged in on a daily basis. you know. And if you can get some to
Definitely.
leave that are casual players, and if you can get some to leave that you killed, and if you can get people to stop logging into their second, third, fourth, 12th cities, alts, and if you can get all the farms to stop, you know, I think, and if you're relentless like Holbrook was, right, you know, like in those flag burnings and the alliance, you know, building burnings, like if you're doing that style of stuff, like all of the other things, you know, don't really matter when the activity slams from, you know, they probably think you have 500 members in your nation, Woody, you know, and now all of a sudden it's going to be 150, you know, or something stupid. And they that's the flag that they look at. Look at this drop off. Oh no, they need some
Well,
help.
yeah, and that's exactly what I've been telling them, and they've all been kicking all the farms and not logging back into them. So I mean, they're doing their part. There are a few people that haven't their
So the
farms
next
their
step is you
farm
got to do
alignment,
the
but
investigation, right? You got to find out
yep,
who's moving, who owns the thing that's moving, and then you got to have a conversation with the guy that's moving the stuff that's not supposed to be moved, you know? And however that
yeah,
conversation goes, I was a hey, stop it. And if it happened again, it's over, right? I wouldn't even ask the next time. I'm just gonna wait for your shield to fall. I'm gonna kill you, and then you're not even gonna say anything to me because you're gonna know why, you know. And that's it. And then it usually stops, you know. So those are the things. You know, I was the nation leader that just gave you a heads up. You know, it's like, hey, I need you to, you know, I need you to shield. You know, I need you to take care of this one day a fucking month. I need you to do this. Can't do
let
that.
me let me let me tell you how invested and how much they agree. So even the resource sellers, and you know how they all want to stay in alliance, they have left and removed their farms from the alliance. The resource sellers, and we only have one, but he's active in the SPT with his main too, so he's on board too, and he isn't logging into his farms. You know, that is like what they do. That's all they do, is But he's even on board of it, and that. But yeah, I have sent SPT for me to rejoin them. I have done that. Wait, am I in it already?
Thank you,
Yeah,
Lee
I
God.
mean,
Yeah.
you're just gonna be so
Okay.
much better off, man. You know, you're gonna continue to enjoy the game, and your goal right now is to come up and is to come up with a if you know what I'm not saying that the morale is down, but if the morale is somewhat down in some capacity because of this merger, you leaving alliance, all those things, people dying, blah blah blah, you got to come up with something, right? One event, Woody, something to keep the morale going, right? Using Holbrook as a polar, right? 425, we did Void and Elite War, right? You know, so like you got to do one thing to keep the morale up while you're in this search of a merger, or you're going to lose people. You know, so whatever that is, you got to come up with it as a team, as a leadership team, whatever you guys got going on over there. You got to come up with one thing that you guys are not going to necessarily win every time, but everybody's going to show up as a team. You know, typically a weekly event, blah blah blah. And if I'm you, I would make it Elite War, and that way you can challenge properly and get challenges that are more so in your favor, right? Sure, your defenses are different. I'm sure you're still getting challenged by whoever, whatever, but your team should know that your challenge opportunities is where your fun's at, and you guys should win those just because you know you should be able to pick the matchups and things like that. So. You know, that's from my experience in 425 when we were a little bit down morale wise, losing some people here and there. You know, we used the Elite War. I as a leader, choose the matchups accordingly. So I essentially knew we would win. You know, again, you got to keep the morale up, or you're going to lose a player here and then a player there. And if you're not replacing them as fast as they come in, the morale just continues to go down and down. So find one thing that you guys can be good at as a team and focus on that while you're doing everything else that Holbrook was kind of outlining to you to get this merger.
Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm gonna do it.
Oh, geez, stop spilling all the secrets, bro. What the fuck?
Well, I mean,
Hey
let's
man, you
be
gotta let
real.
them know how it is. It's the right thing though, right? You know, like that's
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
what we're here for, is kind of
I'm,
passing it
I'm
along, you
joking
know.
around. I'm joking around, obviously, man. It's cool that you're sharing everything because you're right about everything.
Woody, fuck that. You shouldn't be sitting outside alone. You shouldn't have to sacrifice all that for three. You know, just
well, I'm back
because you're
in.
trying to shit 300 million. You could shit
I'm
300
back.
million by exactly doing what Lee God said. Continue doing what you're doing. You could find 300 million to replace what you just added back in.
Yeah, and that's what I do. I've joined back right now, so I'm back in SVT, and I said I'm here to stay. But we really need to clean up EP.
There you go.
I mean, I think what you do is awesome, man. I think leaving was awesome, and I think going back is awesome, man. Keep doing good shit.
I mean, honestly, bro, I gotta commend you a lot just to have that mentality and at least, I mean, you were legit willing to go play a solo shit game for fucking 6 months, you know? Or longer, right? Like, dude, I waited a year. I did this shit for a year, bro. Watching everybody else get merged around me, blah blah blah. Like a whole year, just some whole shit stack. So, like, Holbrook got it done in 6 months, but again, Holbrook added like 3 layers to what I did. You know, so if you're adding a couple of more layers, you're gonna change some rules up, whatever it is, man. I feel like there's a timeline to it, but you should not have to, you know, whatever, leave Alliance. But I commend you for, you know, having the
Hmm.
pistachios to do something like that, you know, for sure.
Just take
No, I
just
mean,
take all the smartest thing LG says. Don't listen to me at all. Take the smartest thing LG says and anything he says that I think is smart and do those things. And don't listen to me at all. Respectfully.
Oh, shut up. Stop.
I mean, at least learn from some of our mistakes, you know, because I mean, look, Tip's in here. I don't know if he's still around or talking, but you know, like he's got the experience on just burning everybody that makes a rule change, you know, like, or not a rule change, but like a rule infraction, you know, like they have that experience in 5, 6, 7, and you speed it up a year or so later, maybe they're lacking a few players. Maybe, you know, Bo killed one too many of the guys that should maybe still be around, you know, so there's other experiences and other views, but you know, for us and they're currently, you know, maybe wanting a merger as well because of those reasons, right? But nobody wants to give 5, 6, 7 a merger. Like, no, not anytime soon. Let's let them continue to build whales or whatever they're building over there. But you hear what I'm saying, right? Like these
yeah.
are like nice little organic ways. If you go one way, you can be waiting like this and looking like this. And you know, and my experience is similar. You know, like I asked Bo, right? Like Bo and I had a conversation years ago when I was going through some tribulations in 425, and I asked the same questions to Baby in 425 or 255, excuse me. You know, so I literally was using their two perspectives when I was making, you know, some decisions in 425, as like call it the R6. And you know, I personally went with a little bit more of Baby's avenue, and I've been pretty vocal about this over the years. You know, and I think even Bo will be one of the ones that'll tell you that, you know, maybe he would have done things a little bit differently. He took the 219/52 strategy a little bit more, you know, and I think some people would have, you know, changed those things. You know, maybe 52 would have done things a little bit differently if, you know, Sayaz would be playing the game today, right? And so I think there's
Yeah.
definitely, you know, debates to be had, and you know what your ultimate goal is, you know. But if you're trying to be anything like a 255 that essentially wins everything that they play, you know, then not only do you need to have some people spending some money, but you need to have a pretty healthy nation, especially if you want to win a GC and, you know, those quote nation events. You know, maybe a big fat nation doesn't help you in like a void war, but if everybody listens, it's not bad. You know, like look, 255's fat as fuck. You know, they win a void war no problem because people don't drop shields, and they, you know, and they do their job. And
Two five
so
five is so 255's got, pretty much got their last merger years ago. They already know they're not getting another merger. So like the whole mentality of winning, yeah, we want to win. Don't get me wrong, um, but we want to merge so bad. Like we need one. We can't even participate, and I feel bad because there's other nations around me that are even worse off than we are. Um, but like
yeah, I mean that's one of my questions is, do you really need a merger, or are you just divided, you know, and you
no,
can't merge
we
yourself?
actually need. No, we actually need a merger. We're
Well, I know
so
I know the end. I was speaking more in a general
yeah.
way. I know
Oh yeah,
you
yeah,
guys
yeah, yeah.
specifically need a merger, but a lot of these guys asking for mergers, and thinking they need mergers, like you were using some of the examples earlier in the chat. It's just like, nah, man, like you guys got plenty of people there, you know what I'm saying? But there's
Yeah.
12 different alliances, and this person doesn't, egos, right? That's a big thing I've been hearing lately is egos. It's like, all right, well, if that's a thing, you guys are just destined to suck, and I don't know what else to tell you. Because
I
yeah,
agree. I agree. I mean, not my next thing I'm going to do is kind of like what Angela's saying right down there in the chat. Is now I got to confront like some of these players that are not playing in like we have that C39 with 100 million BP, 14 million kills or whatever. Like he's under 20 million kills. That's a problem. Like if
yeah, but you can't ask him to drop BP, Woody. You're
yeah,
smoking crack if you think that guy is going to drop BP and then continue to spend money in the game to grow his city and be active and have fun in the game. You're smoking crack, bro.
yeah, and that's kind of like I try
You-
to
You're
explain
smoking
that with
crack.
to Angela. Sorry, Angela, I'm putting you on
Angela,
the
I'm
spot like
telling you,
that.
man, not to, not to say it can't be done. I know nations that, people are willing to drop BP and build it back, but I think those are in very, very specific circumstances, and this would not be one of them. I don't think, yeah, I wouldn't, as a leader, I wouldn't ask anybody to do that, in that circumstance, you know maybe if they were like on the cusp of if that guy was an active warrior at 100 million BP, and he was always online for void and stuff like that, maybe I would suggest to him to drop to where he can hide and he'll have more fun, like maybe I
So
would do
I
that.
can
But if
say
he's not
that
a
he
fighter, you
does
can't do
join.
that, you know
He's not a void fighter, but in Frenzy he fights in EW. He shows up to Iron Blood. He like all the
Listen,
non
one of my
true boss
top
events.
one of
He
my
goes there.
top rep ranks, bro. One of my top rep ranks in 425. Never is there on Sundays. And he goes out of his way to join Elite War for us. He like literally goes out of his way to join Elite War for us. But every other event, dude, guys in it. In it. In it. Every other event. Polar War, Wasteland, the guy's teleporting everywhere, bang, whatever. Having a blast. That 12 million kill guy, Fangus. Guy's shaking and moving in just about every other event. So I can't hate on the guy. And he guy's like 140 million BP. I don't give a fuck that he's 140 million BP because his shield has never fallen on a Sunday since I've met the guy. So why, I would never ask the guy, and he's got 12 million kills. I would never ask that
And
guy to drop.
that's the kind of point that like I'm just telling the nation or the alliance like look okay I'm sorry he's got 24 million kills 101 million BP. Is he does contribute in like Polar. He does contribute and always shows up for EW. So I understand why he has it. And plus, he's a 39. He's a 39. He is a spender. He does the only thing he doesn't participate in is actually void. That's it. Everything else he does participate in. So if he's gonna
Yes,
spend,
so he needs his troops in Elite War. He needs his troops in Polar. He needs his troops in all. Like, yeah, I wouldn't ask anybody that is active to delete troops. I
yeah,
just wouldn't. You know,
like
I would
now
tell them to.
if you're a 34 with 50 million BP, there's a big there's a
Yeah,
problem.
we killed one of those guys today.
Yeah, that's a
Uh,
big
uh,
problem right at that
I don't
point.
know if you were in the chat earlier when we were talking about
No,
that,
no,
but yeah,
no.
425 killed one of those guys today. So
Yeah, Angela. You got to understand that he still participates in EW in all the alliance events. I get we're trying to lower our BP, but a 39 that has spent that
you look
penny
to lower your BP in all places that aren't active.
like for
That's where you
instance,
look. That's where you look to lower your BP. You don't look to lower your BP in active participating members of your nation. Those members you want to grow, Obviously, you don't want fluffer BP, right? Like if Buddy again did play Void, I would suggest to him to drop to like 70, 75 to where he'd be able to hide everything, you know?
Well,
Whereas at 120 or wherever this guy is, he can't hide everything. So, so those are some of the things I would suggest. But if he told me to fuck off, I'd be okay with that.
well, here's another suggestion I'm going to bring up to Obey. The Hellfish City. Yes, I get he's a 41, but he's not active anymore. So, and that's literally 30 million BP right there.
Yeah, I
So,
mean, if
like at
he's
that
not
point,
active
like
anymore, that's your Vegas, right? Like, obviously you need to
yeah,
cut the weight, right? The first thing you
yeah,
look at is yourself. So, and
or at
I
least
love
let him
the
get
the
zeroed
people who
out.
go point the fingers, right? You can't point fingers elsewhere if you got a dirty house, Woody, right? You can't do that as an R6,
Well,
like you
we don't
have to be
necessarily.
perfect first, you know?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah,
So like you got to clean up your own shit first. So go into your alliance and scroll down to the bottom and see those guys that haven't been online in 7 days, 30 days, 22 days. Right? Those guys don't play the game anymore, Woody. Right? So you got to clean up your own house. You got to kick them out. You got to do all that kind of stuff. And and you might pick up that 300 million BP from your fat ass. That
I, I
it'll suck for some people that are emotionally tied to them. But I'm here to tell you from experience that emotional tie is gone in T minus like 48 hours. Especially for
we have
somebody. Like how are you going to be mad about somebody who ain't logged in for 22 days? What do you mean?
yeah,
I hope he's
we got
alive. I hope
four
he's well. That's it.
we got 4 people in SPT Alliance now. It's been 6 days. Everyone else has been 11 hours, 9 hours. So those 4 people, and let's see, that's 48
I
plus
wouldn't just
6.
randomly kick him out. I wouldn't do that just because we're here on the podcast. I wouldn't, don't. But
No, no,
you should
I'm not
definitely
R4. I'm
question.
not R4. I'm not
You
R4.
should definitely question. Hey man, you guys still playing the game? If not, like, yo, let me get those cities and, fucking kill it, man. Wish you the best of luck. And if you guys want to play again in 6 months, like, you got my Discord. I'll make sure I'll get you a city, man. Like that's how that conversation should go, real simply put. And if they don't respond to you, yeah, you got to kick them out. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to clean your own house first. You know what I'm saying? As a leader, again, like it's just how it works.
So Hellfish is going to get kicked out. Throck is going to have to get kicked out.
I mean, and it's nothing against anybody. They're just not playing the game anymore.
Well,
Like I
yeah, I
personally,
agree.
like if I open up GFK right now and showed you, like Hawkage is there, but like we got a couple of guys that, one guy he just came back during this last frenzy, but he had to take a little sabbatical for 45 days, for in his country, if you know what I mean. Like he had
Yeah,
to,
yeah.
whatever. And we got him frenzy zeroed, and he was good, but it looked wonky that he was this many days offline. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't kick him out because he's my boy and he's been with us for a long time, and I knew what was going on, but not everybody else did. You know what I'm saying? So we got the question. It's like, nah, just leave him there. He'll be all right. Maybe he's putzing around. Whatever. But we have another guy that just literally like disappeared off the face of the earth. Like I don't know, call it a month ago now. He's probably been gone. Just disappeared. Nobody can talk. Like I don't know. I hope the guy's all right. But we've been using the city for a trap.
Right. And that's
I hope the
kind of
guy's
what we
all right.
were.
But the
That's
moment I
kind
have
of
somebody knocking at the door, GFK's got a few open spots in our alliance, right? But if I needed that space, man, like he's the first guy gone. If I was looking for a merger, you wouldn't be there, and things like that. But like at the end of the day, like in my opinion, somebody who's not logging in the game for 7 days, right? Remember the old rule? When you've probably
yeah.
in the first, like if you didn't log in for 3 days, you kicked and burned. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? Like that was a thing for like many nations. I feel like. So, yeah, I mean, 6 days offline, that means you didn't log in since last week at the end of Frenzy last week, right? Like that's what that means. So, no, all week you didn't log in one time. You know, so yeah, I just don't. I think those are your casual players that want to pop in for frenzy. Those are the guys. I bet you, Woody, man. Like, not to talk shit, but those are the guys who solo SOS into places where they probably shouldn't. You know, those are the guys who fucking defend when they probably shouldn't. Those are the guys who send the fucking random fleet to the tile and piss you off. Like, I bet you any money, bro. I bet you. You know.
Yeah, well, those are going to be the people. I'm going to talk to the R5, and I'm going to tell them, hey, these are the 4 people we need to get out of here. And one of the players, his name is Jack Me Off. No joke, that's his true name. He's literally all T4s. Literally all T4s. That's our T4 trap city. He comes
Yeah,
on.
that's cool.
Yeah, so like 732, I wouldn't hit that if I were you. So I mean, he's got like I think he's like 3 million T4s in there, and that would be something that we would reinforce, in like void wise, because those 2 million
Yeah,
freaking troops.
you leave that there, man. Like unless you need
Yeah.
the spot, right? Unless somebody's knocking at your door, like, hey, we're doing a super alliance, guys. Kick out, kick every, I need 17 spots, blah blah blah. Unless something like that's happened, you typically have a little bit of room. Like GFK, I feel like always has like 2 or 3 spots available for
Yeah,
whatever
yeah.
reason.
Well,
So
I mean,
unless you got somebody knocking on the door, man, like there's no reason not to have a trap city in there, and there's no reason not to, maybe if it's one of those cities that is an alternate city, it's a second city, maybe you don't log into it because of the merger thing for a little while, but. I'm a fan of the traps inside the alliance, but I'm also a fan of the traps and the from the other alliances, So is what it is.
this should be interesting. Woody's back. Woody's back. There's been a lot of people asking me to come back. So, I mean, I'm back.
I mean, it's definitely better for your nation, man. And it's better for you to communicate what you're thinking and where you want it to go, and all those things. And I would get leadership back and get our 4 position back as soon as possible, and just
Oh, I'll get it
communicate,
back.
brother. Just communicate and do your thing.
I'll definitely get
Doing ask me
back.
anything, bro. I don't even want
There's
to
another
give
thing.
you help because we're gonna be.
What?
Sorry, it's probably my fault. I don't want to give you advice, but honestly, I have to, and just talk to everyone and be the lead for the team and kill everything, and they should be with you.
Why plan on it?
Yeah, that's
The whole killing ain't
a
gonna
much
stop.
better vibe. The vibe of let's fucking go get our hands dirty together. Let's get in the trenches, boys, girls, whatever. Let's go work, right? Put our nose to the fucking grindstone. When the result comes, right? KGK just got, Elite War #1. When you get your merger, right, you rejoice, man. Now you get to fucking party. Like what you worked so hard for just came to fruition. I know when we got our merger in 425, bro, we were partying, dude. We were having a good old time. We didn't give a fuck who we got merged with, you know? We were having a
Yeah.
good time. And like it worked. Like holy shit, So whatever. Like it's the same kind of conversation, bro. Like you got to get in the grind, get in the trenches with these boys, and yeah, fucking everybody should be following you, bro. Like everybody. I know you're not the R5 per se, maybe if I'm you, I even asked for the R5 for a little while. Like, bro, let me lead this bitch for like 6 months. Everyone knows I'm R5. I'll give back to you in a little bit, blah, blah, blah. But let me get that whatever, a little extra oomph that the R5 gives me, and let me go get the shit rolling, I don't know. A
And
lot
there's
of
another
those
thing.
things can be having conversation.
There was another thing.
It's a
that you
bitch,
said
Woody,
that kinda,
but
like,
you got it. You got
there's
it,
another
man.
thing that you
It's a
kind of
bitch,
said
but
that
you got
really.
it.
Another thing that you said that kind of like really made me take my mind up to go back to SPT is I got players that are coming into my nation from different nations to play with me. Like if they come and they purchase a city here to play with me, and I'm leaving the alliance, I mean that kind of like might be like in their
Yeah, it
eyes like
defeats
what the
the
fuck, Woody?
purpose. Yeah, that defeats the purpose, man. You're not. The vibe is I'm going in the right direction. Follow me. That's the vibe.
Yeah.
It's what it should be anyway. It's what it sounds like, right? It sounds like you're one of the more competent players. Knowledge of the game, city level, all of those things. So it's like this is the direction we're going. Follow me. And if you want to veer off over there, that's cool. But here's the fucking rules. If you mess around with that, like I got you, there's going to be some issues. And if you're okay with those, then that's cool too. But everybody should want to fall in line because the people who don't fall in line, it just shows you that they're the casual player, right? Because you're telling people that, what's your pitch, right? We're gonna come with, I don't know, like if I'm Holbrook, we're coming with 96 in Polar. Well, I want to be a part of that, right? Like, but if I'm the guy who's in the number 2 alliance of 785, like I don't know, bro. Like you're probably a bitch, respectfully. Because you should want to be with that guy. Why are you not the 97th player in Holbrook's alliance? You fucking, shit bag. So like that's how my mind works anyway. So when you're so compact like you are right now, Woody, you have very limited amount of players, you can really hone it in. Right. And if you set the tone and you walk in a certain direction, anything that doesn't walk with you is fucking trash, and maybe you don't have to kill it right now. Right. Because, you don't want to fall into whatever, non-member having situation, but it needs to be addressed at least,
Yeah.
and I'm not saying with the attack button either. I'm a good communicator, right? I can reach out and, let you know exactly what I need from you. And if you can tell me yes or no, I can't control what you say to me, but I'll let you know what I have an expectation of you. And if you can't do that, then okay, then we can have a different conversation. But usually they fall in line, you know. And again, if they're not following your direction, like what are they doing? Like that's my question. What are you doing? What are you doing over here? Oh, I'm playing with my friends, bro. If I hear that one more time, I'm playing with my friends. Like I'm bringing the whole alliance. I'm going
So the
back to my
circle jerk.
homeboys. No, I'm going back to my homeboys and I'm saying, yo, these 2 guys just called my mama a bitch. That's what I'm saying. And then all my boys are coming over there and fucking you up. And that's that. And nobody says anything other than that. Right. That's all I got to say. Hey, those dudes over there just call my mama a bitch. They call my wife a whore. All right. Easy, bro. We're going to go mop that up. That's over with. We don't even have to worry about it anymore. And that's, I don't know, that's my opinion, hot take on all said topics.
That's even what if he didn't say? No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
If they're going over there to the left, like they're going over to the left, it's and again, like those guys are okay if they can follow a certain set of rules, but in your scenario, because you're so compact, you either need them to fall in line or they got to go, like one of those deals. So I think that's good. I think it changes completely once you're merged, right? The whole everything changes once you're merged. But to get to the merger, like everybody should be able to fall in line with a single direction, and everybody doesn't have to agree, but they at least fall in line. They follow orders. That's what this is ultimately. I mean, I look at it like the American military, so that's just me.
Right.
I mean, I feel like if you want to merge and you don't have priority event, what are you even doing? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not telling Woody what he should play. He should play whatever he wants. But if you miss 2 polars in a row, then okay, you get banned. Okay, you guys don't play polar, no problem. If you miss 2 wastelands in a row, like move over to the other academy, whatever. Okay, you don't play that either, no problem. Like you can do the same thing with Elite Wars. If you miss 2 Elite Wars in a row, no problem. Like it doesn't matter what the event is, but there's so many damn events now, and nobody just says, "Can you please just show up?" So all we did was like just show up to 2 out of 3, and that worked for a while. And now we're like show up to all of them. It's a little bit more aggressive, but I mean, like, it's not that hard. Like, we spend a lot of money on this fucking game. You can show up to 1 out of 2 events.
Guys, know what I've noticed? Here, I'm going to do a screenshot of this. And you guys are going to probably be like, holy shit. I'm looking at our Elite Wars. And this was the time when I left SBT. Let me post it real quick. And I guess this is the kind of eye-opener what you guys are saying. Look at that. It's posting right now. That's when I left.
Yeah, that'll hurt you, brother. Good timing on the comeback. Like that'll hurt you. And forget about the guys who are buying cities to come, blah blah blah. I'd be more concerned about the guys I've been playing the last 2 years with.
Man,
like
just play with everyone, man. Just win. Winning
and then
winning cures everything, right?
coming off of what Holbrook just said, 100%, bro. Play nothing, but play one thing at least halfway decent. Or
Sorry.
respectfully,
You know
I
what?
gotta
People
say this
get
for you.
people get really mad about this. What I don't mean is play nothing else. Play everything. Play everything and get your free merit. Please, everyone listening to anything, play everything. But don't spend on everything. Spending on everything it doesn't make any sense. But play every single event. Play Iron Blood. It's one of the most garbage events in the game. Play everything. Get your merit, but only spend on what your alliance cares about.
That makes sense.
Am I wrong?
That does. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. At all.
I think all the top alliances would agree with me, man. Play everything, get that free merit, but also like do not spend on garbage. We're gonna play a lot of stuff that is not necessarily for us.
So the problem I have with Iron Blood is if I join it, I that's one thing I can't join. If I join it, I'm gonna blow my fucking bag. Like the nut's gonna be gone. Like so like just joining it is just like if I just don't join Iron Blood, I know at least for Void I'll have a lot of speeds and gold left.
Bro, you just need to record everything and play everything, and everyone just wants to watch you play.
That's what
Just post everything on the internet, and you're gonna be fine.
I agree totally. Yeah, I agree.
play everything.
Yeah,
you
but
gotta
play
understand,
one
I'm
thing play
competitive.
one thing as a team pretty good. To keep the morale up. And if you can play everything at all times, because usually, again, depending on times, it doesn't necessarily work out that way. At least that's my experience. 4-2-5. We're trying to get better in certain time places, but we go up and down with that. So I would try to find one thing where you guys can, like Cheers. You walk in, everyone knows your name. You could be there, same place, same time every week for the most part. Where everybody can, yeah, whatever it is. I like Elite War again because you can control the challenge. And when maybe you're losing in some other things like Head of State, or Polar War, or whatever, you're not getting good matchups and you're not getting a win there. At least you're getting a win here. That's just whatever, my opinion, because you can control the matchup. So whoever's controlling the matchups, I would try to choose the people that you can win. Keep that morale up. Same time, same place every week. Blah blah blah. And at least regardless of what happens all week, that Sunday, that Wednesday, that Monday, whatever day you guys choose, you can get that W, and you're gonna have your 65 or however many people you guys can get online there, because your rankings are still pretty high, regardless of your struggles. So I know you guys are do pretty decent in a couple of events, and the long and short of it is just you want to be able to find something to keep the morale up. I agree with Holbrook. Go get your merit, play everything, but get everybody together in something and do good at it.
We're gonna lose the next 2 Elite Wars because the whole 7-day period wait. So that's gonna be 2 added more. I don't even know where we are at ranked right now. Let me look. It's not up
And
there.
that's
I know we
one thing
lost.
that I really appreciate about this podcast is you guys just being honest especially in the fact of saying play everything, get your merit, but focus on the events that your alliance is focusing on. That's where your spin should be. And I'm just like you, Woody. I had to hold myself out of going into Iron Blood this week because I just kept telling myself if I go in, I automatically know I'm going to be speeding, wasting gold, and whatever on teleports, so on and so forth. And just the tip said it a while ago, and it was playing through my head. I could hear his voice. But in regards to Iron Blood, like there's a sucker born every day, and that's just the words that I kept hearing playing in my head every time I went to go click join Iron Blood. But it is what it is. You guys said it best. Play everything, but focus on spending in the alliance focused events.
I can't believe we dropped this far in Elite War. Oh my god. We
Fuck yeah,
were
Diesel, you're
dude, we
right.
were
Just not to interrupt, but he's right on that one.
we're gonna drop because I can't join the next two because the 7th day we're gonna drop out 100, the top 100.
Yeah, but Woody, man, like you guys are gonna come back again and play smarter. It's not like they've gotten worse because you left. They have to learn to fight harder, man. I think it's a good thing. I think it's good for a nation. I mean, I'm glad you're back, but I also think it's good for a nation.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and also take advantage. You know, like you've been gone for a month. Like, bro, now is the time to hype the team. You know, like share all your cool reports. Fucking now's the time to hype the team. However, I don't know the morale or again, I don't know the people or whatever, but now would 100% be the time to just hype the team. I'm back, motherfucker. Like hit him with the Woody mantra.
Oh, I do. And I will. I do, and I will. No, there's a
Bro,
lot of
you've
people
been
already.
gone. You've been gone a month. Like this is your champion parade. Like you're good.
Yeah,
But
that's
also
a long
like
time, bro. A month away from Alliance is a long time.
but hype them up and get them to murder all those other people that are, causing you problems.
Well, we're going to definitely. I mean, like I've already like the first thing I said is I'm back for good now, but we're definitely going to be lowering the BP. Uh, we're not going to attack the second ring city, but second ring nation or alliance, because 2 is what we're doing, and the people that haven't made it, they're no. That was it. That's it. No more. They're.
I mean, the
Those-
easiest way to show that is your last GC, like how many people were able to, enter per round. It's an easy KPI to show you like who's alive,
Well, I
and
mean,
as much as you
our
can't win
nation
it or
sat out.
not, yeah, but
Our
every
nation
it
sat
doesn't.
out. We sat out of
Oh,
GC last round. So,
got
but
it.
when we did show up, we can only get 23 people online. So like,
It doesn't make
yeah,
it doesn't make sense to burn your second alliance though. It definitely
no,
doesn't
we're
make
not.
sense.
No, we're not.
Right.
We're
No,
not.
you
No,
shouldn't
no, I
do
know.
that.
I know you're not doing it, and that's what I'm saying. Like it doesn't make sense. So you're good. You don't even have a discussion. Just burn 3 and down. All of them, all the time. You're good.
No, I think that nations that have not got merged yet a single time, that might be something that they have to do to get a merger.
I'm only talking to you about you. I'm not
Right.
talking about anyone else's nation. That's for sure.
Okay. Yeah, we're
I mean, I
definitely
don't know
going
of any nations that went down to a single alliance.
Have you
Maybe
not
some Civil War stuff, but
well, I mean, yeah, like Civil War, it's kind of deal. But have you looked at these new nations? Like I think I showed on my last live. You got nations that literally only have 70 people in the 70. We'll just say 70 people. That's fucking crazy, crazy. And they're begging for mergers already. I don't get that. Like how, why? At that point, like why?
Chaos Queen's gonna come shut you guys up now. I'm gonna put it on mute and just smoke my joint before I go to bed now.
Yeah, it's getting pretty late.
I know I must be drunk
Yeah,
if
what are you
she's
guys? Why
trying
are
to
you
shut me
guys
down.
still? Why are you guys still fucking talking?
Well, you came in, and so I guess it's time for us to stop.
No. I just like you guys are talking about the same fucking thing. Like You guys have the fucking the things that you need to do. Like, why are you still talking about what you need to do? Like,
Because it's
just
fun right now. Because people are finally burning their nations. It's fun.
no. I mean, but you don't burn your nations. You burn the right shit. You fucking be strategic and fucking lay it all
You burn
out
the
right.
casuals. You burn the casuals. But LG's right. Like, it's time for
Yeah,
Woody to go back and go back to his alliance
yeah.
and burn
You
the
don't
casuals.
fuck with your people.
Yeah,
Back.
I'm
no,
sorry that I didn't pick up that you were out of alliance this entire time, Woody. Like that's like I must have, just one too many times on the magical Pensler over here. But yeah, I would have said that. I would have said that when I first heard it. So I apologize for not picking up on
no,
that
but it's
earlier.
it's
But
cool too. Like he went
I was just
full
gonna
on.
I was
Fuck
just gonna
you
say it
all.
probably didn't kill. It probably didn't hurt you all that bad. It, hopefully, showed the rest of the nation what's up, and and now you should be able to go back to alliance and literally just rally the troops and get everybody behind you to continue to do what you're doing at a much higher level. Because
Yeah.
again, the layers that Holbrook placed on some of the things that 425 did to get their merger was, in my opinion, what sped it up. Another 6 or so months from what it took me. So just take that for what it's worth, because those little tidbits that Holbrook did over there in 785, I really believe sped
Yeah,
up that process
and
significantly.
you know what? And yes, burn the casuals. Yeah, burn the farms and whatnot. But you preserve the people that fucking could be something, and you have to have somebody there in place to try to help build people up and try to find people to, like, the ones that you think that don't matter, maybe they do matter. Maybe they show up in that fucking 97 fucking participation in Polar. Don't fucking give up on people because this is all you fucking get.
Look at this. Look at this. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. This is my second rank alliance right now. Look what look how dedicated they are. Post it. They're, as we speak, doing this. Doing what? Like they are doing it.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Oh, that's awesome. Then you make sure you acknowledge them and you support them. Just hey, this is all you get. Like Holbrook knows, like I'm quick to I'm a hot fuse. Like I'm a Sicilian hot fuse. So, but my like I'm big game person. Like I look the full picture. Like that's all I see. And I'm always talking to him about stuff. What do you want to do? What do you think about this? What do you? And so just don't ever underestimate people. Think about, just reach out, try to get people to get excited again. But hey, the dumb cunts, yeah, you gotta get rid of them.
You're not wrong. Yeah, we're definitely gonna be those bottom three. We'll say three. We're gonna have to like. I hate to say it, Hellfish is probably gonna have to get at least kicked. We do have Obey does have access to the city, so he can still bubble it. But being in the alliance, I think that's one thing we have to get rid of.
Yeah, Holberg did
Yeah, that's
his vision was, when he told me about it, I was like, let's fucking go.
it sucks, but it is
Well,
what it is. I mean,
no, hey, it's work. No, it's work, but you have to stand strong. You have to be a good leader. You have to be a diplomat. You have to not have like, oh, they don't like me. Yeah, fuck that. Like, you have to stand strong to your conviction, and you have to just stay true to it. Like, and then once you show them what it is, and the out, you show them the product of it, that's when they'll understand. Like you got to stick to your guns.
oh, I'm real good at sticking to my guns. once I got my mindset. I'm good at doing it. Like mindset is we're gonna do whatever we're gonna do to get merged. But yeah, it's not fair for everyone else for me to do the alliance when we could just do it as a team. I shouldn't be expecting other people to spend more money, kind of deal. You know what I mean? Like, because ultimately that's what's happening is people are going to spend more money, and that's not fair.
Well, I
to
mean,
them.
no, I mean, nobody should be expecting you to do it all by yourself either. You know, like this is a fucking
they're
team
not.
game, and you guys should be doing it as a team. You know, and anybody who's not doing it as a team should probably be added to the casual list. My opinion, anyway. Especially when you guys
Well,
set a goal like that.
hold on, who's helping you lay out a plan and sitting there and talking with you of like what the next steps are going to be? Who does that?
Well, SMF has been doing it with me. Talking to our R5 Obeyed and Speed Daddy from the Second Rank Alliance as well. We've been talking to him too, and like I said before, for him to agree with what we're doing is eye opener because he is the one person that will literally disagree with anything I say, but he's agreeing with it. So like that's an eye opener for a second rank alliance that wants to argue with you, because we have two different like thinking.
Yeah.
That's an eye opener.
Okay, no, okay, but you guys are having the conversations, but are you guys like putting out laying out a plan and
Oh, yeah.
setting out a plan that's okay. So yeah, that's all I was just kind of
Yeah, we're
wanted to know.
right now, I'm freaking sending troops. I'm a minute away
I
from
love
this
outlines. I love outlines and
from this
plans
person.
and
Right now, as we speak, there's a guy farming from a different, not even in one of the top alliances, and I'm sending troops towards him right now as we speak. Get him out of a tile, gold tile too. At that, kicking him out.
I was actually very lucky when I came to 785 and Holbrook brought me there. I mean, I love killing shit, but like everybody had a mission, they had a goal, they knew what they were supposed to do, and all they did was hit stuff. I was like, well, if it's not 3 minutes away, I'm not even gonna hit it, like, because somebody else is gonna hit it before me. Like our team was just so, just so. I can't even tell you guys. It almost like it was like when back in the days when you first started the game and everybody was just like sharing fucking targets to hit. And this is before like you knew about like bringing the alliances together and shit. Like in 785 at this period in time, just hitting farms. That's all they did. Like there were 0 farms. So until those farms left, they fucking hit them. And so I don't know. I just you got to find like people got to find that kind of like that team that uh just you're all on the same fucking page. Like I've been grateful to come there. I didn't start there. I mean, I came there every time I wanted to help Holbrook, like in different situations and whatnot with his nation, but I was never committed there. Once I came there, like just even they welcomed me and just it's such a fucking great team, man. So
Well,
it is what it is.
Holbrook went through a lot of. Holbrook went through a lot before you came there. Like the
Oh,
the
I know.
whole like
With you
put it
guys,
this way.
yeah.
Well, no, not well.
And
His second rank alliance at this time, and sorry, Holbrook, I'm throwing this out, the dirty laundry out there, came to me in my lowest times of my, right after
Buddy, let's not
my
do
father passed away.
let's not do it, buddy. I
Okay.
love you,
yeah,
buddy.
yeah,
Let's not
All
do
right.
it.
yeah.
All right.
I
All right.
knew about that
All right. My
too.
bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. Let's stop.
No,
My
no,
bad.
no. We're good, buddy. That's what I'm saying. Let's not do it. We're all good, buddy.
Yeah, I was there for that. I remember that. I wasn't there for it, but I remember it. Yeah, no.
But
We
this is part of the game. Part of the game is having a nation that gets hit with something. And if it wouldn't have been that, it would have been something else. And that's why
yeah.
I always laugh when people are like, "Oh, my nation is so great."
Are you
Okay, let your nation
hold
get
on,
hit,
but
and
are
then
you
we'll talk.
resilient? Are you fucking resilient? Can you adapt? Can you pivot? Can you change your plan when need to be when a strategy comes up, when things change, when the games change, like, can you adapt? And I think that Holbrook was able to, he had the worst situation where his fucking, Jesus Christ, my four fucking biofarms, I'm not even gonna call them Vegas, my four fucking biofarms just decided not to play anymore. Like, he decided to change the game and he pivoted. And that's all I've ever fucking preached in this game. And so that's why, hey, when he told me what he wanted to do, I was like, let's fucking go.
So you do know there is a way, and I'll tell you, there's a way to get those cities to disappear off your map. It won't be removed from ranking, but there's a way to get it removed from the map.
We're not worried about those cities at all, man. Let's talk about things that are helpful to other people. Those cities are not important. With
Yeah,
respect.
the cities are not. They're not
Respectfully.
important. The cities are not important at all.
I'm still shocked that they bubbled, dude. I'm sorry. I'm still shocked that they're still bubbling. That blows my mind.
Bro, I'm fucking shocked, but also, like, it doesn't matter, but I'm fucking shocked. I'm still waiting for the day. Like, what is this guy waiting for, to be honest? He's been handed fucking Christmas, Hanukkah, whatever the fuck you are. Like, he's been handed everything. He could just come back and play. I don't understand it either. But at the same time, like, fuck him, you know? We're ranked higher than we've ever been with him. So it is what it is.
You're not wrong. You took the bull by the horns.
There's great fucking cities. I mean, Hellfish in your nation. There's great fucking cities everywhere that are abandoned. It is what it is.
Holbrook, if we're gonna do what the fuck we're gonna do, we're gonna have fun doing it. We're probably gonna get drunk doing it, and we're gonna laugh doing it, and we're gonna build a fucking great team and a great nation doing it. So I don't give a fuck what anybody says.
Not me.
my
I'm
question for you,
sober.
Holbrook.
Right now, I am so sober. Uber.
Holbrook, real quick. Being that what you've seen from 726, they got their fucking mega merger. Is 785, now that you got your merger, going to go for GC? Like, this is something that a lot of these nations in our bracket is actually talking about. Are these new mega nations that just got not even,
I mean, we're gonna play, but you already know how the politics work. Like, there are nations that have not liked us for a long time, and I don't blame them because we're rivals. It's fun. They're not gonna allow us to win. 732 is gonna win again.
I don't know about 732 winning. No offense, 732. I love you guys. Don't get me wrong.
Go ahead.
I don't know about that because you got a lot of these other nations like
764, 785, 726, and the other one. They should be the favorites.
Yeah,
they have double the amount of active players now. More than double, actually.
I mean, Holbrook's the favorite. I mean, come on, he's just got merged. So Holbrook's the
764
favorite
as well. 764 as well. Trust me.
Yeah, and
who's saying that? Who's saying that? Why can't
I mean, who wouldn't
Mikey.
say that? How can you not?
No, I know, but who's? No, I just like
Mikey.
I'm saying that.
732.
Okay, I know. I'm just.
Oh,
platform's
okay, my
weird.
bad.
Sorry, this platform's weird. I just feel weird.
You feel weird. No, you're like, you're on the stage right now, Zero. Come on.
Being that I seen that 619 got that third merger, now it kind of makes me wonder if I'm able to merge with 732 again, because 732 has had a second merger already. So, like, for the longest
You
time,
are so full of shit. That sounds. Hey, stop daydreaming. You're fucking daydreaming.
I don't know,
Woody. It's very
don't know,
possible.
man.
Woody, we barely have two
Well,
alliances.
we need
It's
to have
almost 2
Chaos
years
Queen
since
on
last
more
merger.
from the beginning, dude.
Like,
What's going on, Holbrook?
Honestly, look, a camel is gonna merge you with somebody that needs a whale. Like, you are gonna get merged with somebody that needs support versus And I'm gonna tell you right now, I didn't know who R667 was, and I'm not gonna lie. Now that we're merged, I'm like, damn. Like I feel like I won. I fucking got the goodie bag out of the Happy Meal. So I'm very happy. But I have been in 2 different merges in 2 different nations that I played in, and they were all shit. Camel wants to fucking take and put, if you're the biggest one, if you are the biggest whale, like don't think that you're like, oh, I'm so small, I'm gonna go get merged into 732. Yeah, you're fucking like, that is a fucking daydream. You're fucking
I know.
crazy if you think that's
I
gonna
mean,
happen.
like Holbrook has always said, I can dream. Don't pop my bubble.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna fucking kick your
Well, I mean,
fucking
whether it
dream in
happens
the
or not is a
nuts.
different story.
Like
But
your fucking dream is dumb. It doesn't make sense. So you got to be prepared. You got to be prepared what's going to happen. You got to be ready
Yeah,
for what's
you're getting like a mediocre nation, bro. Bottom of the barrel at
yeah,
best. You know.
right? And lead God, you got to be ready to fucking set it up for that, right? You got to be ready to set the infrastructure for that, right? You got to be ready for all that stuff. Like this is all
Yeah.
I think
yeah,
about, which is fucked up, but this is all I think about. Like I got to think about like, oh,
well,
where
I
is
mean,
this
I
person
know
going?
And that's why
I
your
know you're right.
favorites for
I agree.
GC right now. You know, like
I
Honestly,
know you're right. I know you're
no,
right.
I
I
know
know
I'm not I'm right too.
we're top. We are very top heavy. We got the whales. We don't have the activities. So like, I think that what Campbell's going to do is they're going to find a nation with no whales, but they'll have activity to kind of like
Yeah, and
eat.
I'm gonna tell you right now, what you're not gonna do is you're not gonna want to go zero all those motherfuckers because
No,
they're
no.
you gotta make sure it all works because that's all you get.
The only reason I would zero a freshly merged nation is if they're in civil war and they refuse to stop a civil war after merger. If they continue to do civil war after merger, I mean, at that point, it's like, what did we merge
Honestly, I
for?
can't even speak on this behalf because I'm kind of a
Like,
lunatic.
but I mean, you understand what I mean? Like, if we're gonna merge,
yeah, I'm
and
dead.
if we're gonna merge and they're not gonna stop civil war, fine, fuck it, we're doing civil war too. We're gonna fucking wipe you off of here.
No, honestly, I know. Hey, honestly, you're the leader. You need to be like Holbrook, and Holbrook's always like this with me. Actually,
Well,
he never
well,
really
in
tells me
reality,
no. But
in reality, and that's where some egos come into place with some of these merged nations, is that they were the R6 of a nation, and then they got merged, and they continue to want to be R6, and some people don't want to give up that title, and
yeah, no,
but like
I know, but listen,
I don't care. I
listen,
personally don't care.
hold on. I just need to speak on behalf of Holbrook. So Holbrook, we merged. As soon as we merged, I see that the people that are irrelevant when we merged were not doing what they were told. I was like, well, after I put together this whole merge, I feel like this is my reward. I'm gonna fuck with these motherfuckers for 24 hours the first day of the merge. And it's Holbrook. So Holbrook, yes, could have the ego. He could be that person. And he's the one that tells me to fucking stop. However, when I don't stop, he's also the one that will run into battle with me. But at the same time, he's like, let's leave it alone. Let them work with them. If somebody says that they can work with them. And I was like, fine, fine. But like, that is leading a nation. That is putting the whole nation and the whole dream and the whole goal that you have for your fucking nation before yourself, right? Before your ego, before what you want. Like me and Holbrook probably get drunk on VC and say all the things we want to do, but we don't do them because what we want is this like, and to be honest, I think to this day, and we could both agree, we are fucking smitten right now. We are fucking happy. It's kind of crazy. Like I'm actually kind of nervous in DOD playing, but then I know, like, I was like, holy fuck, I didn't even realize I have 4 C41s right now. Like, just little shit. Like, and everybody is getting along so well. And, it just, you have to put the nation before yourself. Fuck your ego. Fuck your small dick. Everybody shut up. Gameplay, fucking game progression, make it happen. Fucking make everybody want to show up, man. Okay, I'm gonna shut up now because I've been drinking Tito's.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Drinking in voice chat is not good, or and alive is not good. But it wasn't that. You weren't that bad. You weren't that bad.
So Woody, we
I'm
faced
still.
AON in DOD, and when I say they got
Yeah.
their revenge, they literally must have had about 15 gold shields. I feel bad for whoever's facing them in GC because they are stacked.
Oh, they are.
And they're spending.
I feel like they're
So
squishy, bro. I don't know. I feel like they're
no, well,
squishy.
You guys.
in void, yeah. But they have 16 C41s. They got about 7 cities at 2,000 plus LRA. So just by default, with these new merged nations, they're gonna max out 250 every round. It's gonna be tough for a lot of those. If they don't team up against them, it's gonna be very tough. They are a little squishy, but they're gonna have
I don't know.
maxed out rounds every round.
Feel like they're gonna have to win round one at a high level, and I think that'll be tough for them to do. So I'm not sure.
I think safe.
It'd be
910
interesting.
and 904 is going. I think 910 and 904 are going to work together. They're going to have to.
Yeah, they're gonna have.
Even if they don't win, in 722, still, or not 722, 895
395.
still wins. I think that they're at the portion that where we were at in our GC, to where you don't have a choice but to team up against them because they're just overpowering compared to where we were at.
Right.
Like, we didn't have a choice; we had to. It wasn't like League God. It's not like how it was like where you guys were against only 442. Literally, we were outgunned for the most part, so we had no other choice but to, or else they were just going to take GC every single time.
Right. True.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely a thing, and if they can put it together, it'll be good to see. I'm not a fan of Chinese nations, winning GCs, but I do know that it's already been accomplished up there. So it's not like you're holding anything away from them. But I do think that those two nations, even without potentially, and you don't have to. You have to remember you got 910 in there too. So those boys ain't nothing to be played with when they're all dialed in together. They got some good leaders over there. I don't know. I find I don't think outside of I know their C41s are strong. I just played those guys in whatever event that has played them in. But the other 93 of them are not strong. They do come in numbers, but if you have a fairly strong team and there's some tactics and some strategy in there to keep the big guys away from the main team and things like that, I feel like you could really exploit what they got going on over there. Yeah, it would be really nice to work together. Sure, everybody should burn up their cities and all the low player cities, and things like that. If you really feel like they're gonna come overpower you, but yeah, I think they can be beat. It's very similar to the 555 epidemic that we experienced, or 457, or whatever the fuck it was back in the day. So, but yeah, I think I think that whatever happens, there can be a winner that's not Chinese. I do think that.
It would be
All you gotta
interesting
do
to
is
see.
really beat them round one.
Oh no, they're
Play
beatable. I
really
mean,
good.
they scored 1,400. We maxed out every round against them 1-on-1. So, but they did merge, and I think they have 16 C41s now. So
That's hard to eat, man.
Yeah,
it's
they
a
definitely had
different.
some
It's
people
different.
there.
Yeah.
They had like 80 plus, I feel like, when we played them in Polar, I feel like it was a couple of weeks ago. So they definitely got some numbers, but they're the bottom half of them. Once we were able to split the big players, over in the corner a little bit, the rest of the team was, I feel like they died really fast, you know?
I feel like they should
Yeah,
win their GC.
I would love
God.
I would love to see I would love to see them not win though. Especially after a fresh merge. They're super motivated. You would just kick the
Hmm.
fucking air right out of their tube if you could make sure they didn't win that GC. Because if they win, guys, they're gonna become motivated. Everybody's gonna
Yep.
stay longer and it's just gonna get worse. So you have to fucking deflate that morale. You have to get in their fucking minds. And once you get in
100%.
their minds, it goes in a. Direction.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
look at 555. Look at 555.
I mean, they're still doing all right. Don't get me wrong on 5 for 5, but look at Ronaldo, right? Just look at him. The perfect example. Super motivated. GC this, that, and the third. Blah blah blah. Now those guys are just losing 6 ways
Can
from
I
Sunday.
can I say something about the EW last night?
Shoot.
So I think that first of all, I love EW. Um,
Oh,
I've
say
played
that
in
louder for the goat in the back.
well, I don't need to say anything louder. Everybody fucking knows what the fuck I like. But I love EW. And so it was fun to watch that. I really don't like that whole setup where you're doing something live. It's like I would rather it be more of if we did it live, it was more like they knew that we were just going to do constructive criticism, or like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, there was, oh my God, LG, there were so many things that like, I don't know. I just wish that we were there, like telling them while they were doing it. But like, it was just so fun, and I feel like
Yeah,
I
I
wish
got
we could do
invited
more
to
things like
904
that.
server earlier today.
Huh?
They do.
I got invited to 904 server earlier today.
You
So
really,
yeah.
hey, LG? No, honestly, and listen, look, I think that that's a great thing. Like, I would love, I've watched like recently, and I don't know if I should say this, but like, I played in 385, and I love watching them play EW. Like, they're such great strategists and stuff, and like they're just, anyways, like there's just like all these different fucking like people that play in EW, like yourself, LG, and like where you guys can mentor people, but we shouldn't do it on a live stream where they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Like, I love 904.
Well, I mean, no,
Uh,
that was actually very smart of us to do it live, because that allows everyone to be able to see what's going on and give their proper input that they might be missing.
Well, I think what she's
Like,
saying is it would have, if I were in their server, they would have won. That's essentially what she's
yeah,
alluding
and
to.
honestly, I will tell you right now, I would never want my team to be on a platform. I mean, and hands off to 904 if they were totally okay with it. That's fine. I mean,
yeah,
and at the end of the day, they only lost by a stronghold. So I
oh my
get that.
God, 2 seconds by 2 seconds.
I get it. But we all watched. So, but at the same time, like, look, you were giving me anxiety. I'm seeing what you guys are spending on, like, for you, just you spending on speeds. Like, to me, I'm like, that's just it. It's not intelligent, right? Like, to me, if for my
It's not
team,
sustainable either.
exactly. For my team, if I did that, I'd be like, if LG's gonna be a part of my fucking thing, you're gonna run a city, you need to be in my fucking VC. First of all, first and foremost, you're not gonna be running alive while all of us are in VC as a team. Like, you better be in the fucking VC with our team. That's the first thing I would say. But like I wouldn't mind the constructive criticism, the thing, but I want it to be done in a way that's going to help my team, not like we're just on stage for everybody to see what we're doing wrong. Like, I just think that's the wrong way to go
Well,
about
I mean,
things.
that's why I knew it was going to be recorded, right? And it was the main reason why I even added commentary to it
Yeah, and
because
don't yell
I
at
knew
us.
it was recorded. But there was definitely some my own stressful, my ADHD came out and all of those other things, my little ticks. So yeah, my apologies, and I think I said that a couple of times, but yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I kind of alerted to that earlier when I was mentioning like, you know, doing something like this at more of a consistent basis. It's tough to go out there and you almost like need everybody's consent and it kind of sucked, but I think it worked out pretty well. I mean, I got good feedback via Discord, and it did stink that they lost, but that's good humility, and
Oh, it is.
and
Hey,
so
hey,
like
hey,
all those things are all
hey,
good attributes in my opinion.
some losses are the best losses because they teach you shit. And that is the thing that people need to learn. Like, I'm in construction, project management type shit. So it's like, we do lessons learned. Lessons learned are the greatest. Like, I always tell my team, that's the greatest things. That is the greatest part of the project is lessons learned, because us doing some shit better is always going to make us better.
Okay, so if I wasn't live yesterday, they would have got the constructive criticism that they got yesterday or today. No one would have even known. So
Well,
from
no,
from me being live, from me being
no, you're
live,
wrong.
Lee God and hold
You're
on,
wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're
no one would
wrong.
have.
You are so fucking
Yo, I'm
wrong.
fucking dead right
You are
now.
so wrong, because if you were really helping them and you want, so this is what I would do. If you were really helping them and you wanted them to be better, you would have joined that VC and you would have brought Lead God there or anybody else that was a master at EW, and you would have stayed in that VC with them. You would record it and then you would played it back, and you would gone over if whether you won or lose when you were lost to talk it over. But it would have been an option for the team to decide if they wanted their shit to be fucking aired. Sorry, I'm just
Well,
very blunt.
they were well aware I was live
Well,
beforehand.
then, I mean, I'm just saying
They
that
were
that's
well
what I would have fucking said.
they were well aware that if by asking me to go there and play with them, I was going to be live and it was going to be live. They're well aware.
Sorry,
Okay.
hey, sorry. I'm coming hot off some Tito's, and maybe I should shut the fuck up, but that's just how I feel. I
Maybe.
appreciate everything you guys do, but I'm just saying that, like for instance,
I thought
like
it was.
Chubbs
I
and
thought it
904.
was very good. I thought it was good.
No, no, it was. You guys fucked up quite a bit, but like it was good, and I love 904. Chubbs is like a little brother to me. Um, I just I don't know. I feel like sometimes I think we can as leaders or like, people that have played in this game, we could do better at, I don't know. I just feel like we could fucking do better,
Well,
period.
what's gonna happen, Liga, before you leave? What's going to happen when Camel decides to answer our our message to them by allowing the entire game to see some of these EW matchups? That's going to be live throughout the entire game, not just me. And like the questions already been asked to them, the suggestions been asked to them to allow it. Like at that point,
I
like
mean, what's
you're
gonna
gonna go
happen
find.
is people are gonna watch it. I would think,
Yeah,
like I'll watch it. That's for sure. Depending on the matchups, obviously. No one wants to see
but
fucking 5, 6, 7 bum rush. Some fucking random nation in 42 seconds. Like no one wants to watch that. But like I would want to watch what we just watched last night. I don't want to watch that all the time, or any matchup that's very similar to that. Not even necessarily making it go 45 minutes. I'm not even looking to watch people spend all their money or their bag for that matter. I just want a good matchup. I want some good battles. I want to see that 65 or 70 in the middle versus each other. You know, I think those are all good things. You know, I would have loved to have watched, you know, KGK take over #1. You know, I would have watched that, even if it was 10 minutes, you know, like I would have
Yeah,
paid to watch that.
but you know what though? I get that, and but that's all people's prerogative, man. Honestly, Leod, I loved honestly every time you listening to that live, like all the things that you were like kind of jumping on and yelling about. I was like, oh my god, I'm yelling and I'm trying to like hit my screen, like it's just a habit. You want to like swipe
But
to the left, but you realize it's
people
fucking.
were into it though, right? And people were thinking the
You know,
same thing,
I get it.
right?
I get it.
All
I
of
get
those
it.
Guys,
But
things.
listen, one
real quick,
number,
guys.
I know, but listen, hold on,
Holbrook's
everybody. Number one and two in this fucking game in Elite War, you got to give them that respect that if